child into a violent household where a brother who was 18 months older than I was very jealous because I took all Mom's attention as soon as I got home from the hospital. He never forgave me, so he was always pushing me on anything that was rusty. My mom's a nurse, and she would take me to the doctor if I got a cut that involved anything with metal because she was afraid of lockjaw. And lockjaw is something she'd only seen one time, and it followed a tetanus shot of all things. So she didn't correlate, oh, the tetanus shot gave this kid the lockjaw, which is what happens. Nobody gets lockjaw unless they get a vaccine of tetanus. The only cases of a lockjaw that all exist are people are children who have had, or adults who have had a tetanus shot within 6 months of receiving the tetanus shot. And it's usually within 12 days of receiving the tetanus shot. So I grew up with that kind of environment. By the time I was 18 months old, I received my third tetanus shot, and it caused me to become autistic. It destroyed the communication center in my brain. I literally could not decipher words or letters were indications to make words, to make concepts with phrases and sentences. It just was beyond my comprehension to understand. So I got through school by cheating. I'd pick the smartest, most sensitive girl to sit next to, and I would copy her hieroglyphs off, and because she was so sensitive and nice, she let me. So that's how I got through schools. By the time I hit 8 years old, I learned to parrot, hear enough phrases, correlates to other sentences or phrases that people say, so I'd spit those back and they were mostly inane. So people just thought I was a wise guy. My parents never let me act autistic, so when I go off into the normal stare of an autistic child, my father would slap me on the back of the head, my mother would slap me on the back, say, "Don't do that, you look like a crazy person." I was. Leave me alone. But they didn't, so I learned not to be autistic. Act autistic, although I was. So everybody just thought, because I didn't act autistic, that I was just kind of a wise guy, like a James Dean character. Went all around. And I took all the poses. Take the tough guy poses, most people don't talk to you. They're afraid of you. So I mimicked Elvis Presley, James Dean, and people like that, because that was my time. Those were the cool guys of my time. And, of course, I listened to those shows over and over and over again and memorized all the good words to say to people. And, of course, at home I learned the bad words, and I didn't know they were really bad words. Sit down, shut up, you're stupid, said with a laugh does not mean to me something bad. So I would say these to the teachers. So I was constantly getting into trouble. And so that's the way it went. By the time I reached 12 years old, I was keeping colds and flus for up to 5 months at a time. I'd be bedridden about 3 months of every year. And then I developed peritonitis, which was misdiagnosed as an appendicitis. So I went in to remove my appendix, found it in good shape, but took it out anyway, just in case it caused trouble in the future. That's the mentality of the ignorant medical community. And I'm not going to be nice, because they're not nice. Okay? I've always been diplomatic about it all these years. I'm not going to be diplomatic anymore. Okay? They are jerks. Period. They ignore the consequences of what they do. And ignoring something means ignorant. You're ignoring. So they are terribly ignorant. So, and how can you... The whole premise of the medical profession is do no harm. First, do no harm. And that is all they do. And if you understand that the medical community's manuals all written by the pharmaceutical houses, you'll understand that there's a huge contradiction in purpose there. And the pharmaceutical house's purpose is to make money, period. So they will put a diabetic on medication for a lifetime, and they make $800 to, $1,600 a month on a diabetic. That's a good piece of money. You figure there are 50 million of them in the United States diagnosed as diabetic. When the father of modern medicine, Hippocrates, modern medicine, it's a contradiction in terms, he used only raw milk, exclusively raw milk, to reverse diabetes and emphysema. So here's two serious traumatic diseases that could be reversed just on drinking a raw milk diet for 6 to 10 weeks. Only those. That was back in his days when the milk was a little bit richer and nicer and better. Not now. Probably would take anywhere from 3 to 6 to 10 months to reverse those diseases. I never put the diabetics that come to me just on a raw milk diet. I put them on meat, raw meat as well, and usually they reverse their diseases. Out of about 200 diabetics, only 2 still take insulin, and they're only taking 3 units a day just in case. Got nothing to do with rationale. It's just in case. And probably 20% of them had been taking insulin for anywhere from 27 to 32 years. And now they don't take any insulin except for 2 of them. So think about that. So the medical profession decided that that particular doctor would take out my appendix. Now the appendix is a very important organ gland. It is a library of anything foreign that's ever entered your body and what to do about it. So, if you've ingested something that's poisonous, let's say a poisonous mushroom, the body knows within 20 minutes what to do. And within 40 minutes, at the maximum 40 minutes, is handling the situation. If you get, let's say, an insect bite, and that particular bite has a neurological poison involved in it, the body will know how to react and is reacting on it usually in 20 minutes. If you have no appendix, it can take 36 to 42 hours before your body's reacting. It's a lot of time lost, a lot of damage that can be done. So the appendix, just because the doctors don't understand what it is or don't want you to know what it is, they give it no consequence and will tear it out of you, rip it out of you. Now think about that. In the autopsies that I've done and taken the appendixes and tested them, guess what I found? Mostly what is in there are medical drugs. All of the danger that they can do and what they have done are registered in the appendix. So if you really knew what the appendix did and analyzed the appendix, you'd be saying, oh, we shouldn't be taking medical drugs at all because they all are dangerous to the body, and the appendix always reacts to it. And the body reacts accordingly. So think about that. So they ripped my appendix out, and that wasn't the problem. I had peritonitis, which was a perforated bleeding intestine because of all the medication I was constantly taking. And the fevers continued, so they were injecting me with penicillin, other antibiotics. When I was, by the end of about 36 hours, I was allergic to the penicillin terribly, was vomiting, diarrhea, uncontrollable, explosive diarrhea, swelling all over the place. They started giving me other antibiotics, lots of painkillers, lots of muscle relaxants, sedatives, to keep me asleep so I wouldn't be complaining, I wouldn't be awake. And this went on 4 days, and to the point where I was black and blue and swollen all over and in excruciating pain, and not even the painkillers would work or the anesthesia would work. So I started knocking the trays out. I didn't allow them to give me any more medication. So I got out of the hospital 24 hours after I refused any more, and I battled for it. And I got home. It took me never to recover from that particular hospital incident. Sometimes the colds and flus would be yearly, last 12 months. all the symptoms. I'd be blowing my nose. I mean, I wouldn't be bedridden for all that time, but I would constantly be blowing my nose, having symptoms, sore throat. My glands have never gone down from that. Still, these glands are swollen in here from that that incident at 12 years old. And I'm 62, so that was quite a while ago, 50 years ago. So you have to consider what the medication and medical perspective, the allopathic methods can do to you. Pretty bad. So then I had, at 15 and a half, I had my third polio vaccine injected into me. Within about 7 days, I was diabetic, juvenile diabetic, and I had angina pectoris. I was having heart attacks like crazy, 3 a week. I had over 300, or about 300, by the time I reached 22 years old. 50 of them made me unconscious from the pain and excruciating. My heart stopped working for a period. But because I was autistic, I wasn't indoctrinated with the fear and the anxiety and pain that everybody goes through when they're having a heart attack. They tense up and buckle. I just fell asleep and relaxed. So the heart was able to start again. But when you're tight, what happens if you have a Charlie horse? Because that's what a heart attack is. It's a Charlie horse. You have lactic acid or some other poison that is built up in the heart. So if you have a Charlie horse, what happens if you try to rub it out and you get more tense? It gets worse instead of better. So if you relax into a heart attack, muscles will start working again. You won't die. And when you pass out, you'll start breathing again. So I didn't die from those 50 severe heart attacks. I'm still standing up here, 62 years old. So after that, I had to take insulin, every day, sometimes several times a day. When I hit 19 years old, well, I kind of left some things out. When I was 15 and a half, I also met a girl. I got expelled from my Catholic school because I had been a disciplinarian problem. You don't tell nuns and priests to shut up, sit down, and go to hell. You just don't do it. So after my first year in the Catholic high school, Roger Bacon, they expelled me. So I went to a public school for the first time, and they had some awareness. And they realized that I had some learning difficulties. They didn't realize it was autism, but they helped me a lot. They encouraged me to take art and the things that I was good at and easy at. And they had always extra help for me in anything else, so that was ridiculous because I did not comprehend language. And I was still spitting out phrases that I had memorized. So I met this one girl that was really attracted to me. She was the second smartest girl in the senior class, or at that time she was a sophomore. She was a freshman, junior. What is freshman, junior, freshman, sophomore, then junior, and then senior. So she was a junior when I was a sophomore. When I went to this public school. And she really liked me. She was the second smartest girl in the school. How can that be that she would like me? But anyway, we got along very well together. We didn't have to communicate or talk. We just enjoyed being together. And we'd just laugh. We'd look at each other and we'd laugh. And I did memorize those lines that James Dean and Elvis Presley said to the girls in the movies. Didn't have a clue what most of them meant. But I would say them. So, we weren't together very much where we had to get into any kind of a situation where we had to make important decisions. So we ended up getting married at 16 years old, having a baby when I was 17 years old, and then we started living together. And then she realized she had married an idiot. And so, of course, the marriage didn't last very long, lasted about a year and a half. And then because I was so sickly as a child, I had fibromyalgia. Getting out of the bed was excruciatingly painful. Breathing was sometimes painful. Everything I did seemed to be painful. So I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to be a slug. But my parents were very Republicans. You've got to be active, so they beat everything into me, beat me to do things. So I learned very young, at 8 years old, I learned to sneak into the kitchen at night and steal all the leftover coffee that they hadn't consumed. And I put that in a jar, put it under my bed, and in the morning I would drink it to get me going. And, I started smoking at 8 years old to give me the nicotine charge. I started doing everything. By the time I hit 15 years old, 16 years old, I couldn't sleep at night at all, and I barely slept anyway. I mostly sleep during the day in classes. So I started drinking alcohol at night to sleep. So by the time I was 19 years old, I was consuming a fifth of liquor a night, either bourbon or gin. I was smoking 2 packs of non-filtered Lucky Strike cigarettes. I was taking Benzedrine, bennies to get me high. I was drinking 11 cups of coffee a day. So I was a drug addict. And that's how I was able to function. How many people in here can function without caffeine in the morning? Hey, that's a pretty good calling. Most of the time, with people who haven't been around my stuff, everybody raises their hand. Nobody raises their hand because they all drink coffee or have nicotine or some kind of booster in the morning because they have no energy. Can you imagine 100 years ago when you didn't have central air and didn't have central heat, and these people had to work hard on the farms and didn't have all the vacuum cleaners and all these appliances and had to really work? Do you think they lived on coffee? They couldn't even afford coffee. They couldn't afford sugar. They lived on what they ate, and what they ate was pretty good. Wasn't all processed and full of additives that caused many, many problems, psychological and physical. So at 19 years old, I was pretty addicted, and it ate a hole right in my stomach, so I had an ulcer. I was vomiting blood after a fifth of gin one night. And I lost a lot of blood, probably 2.5 cups that night. So I went to the hospital, and the doctor put me on Maalox, which is chalk, so liquid chalk. So I was drinking sometimes a bottle of that a day to keep the acids from eating at. But the consequence of that is you have no hydrochloric acid to digest your food. So you don't get well. You just scar over the ulcer, if you can do that, and then you become malnourished and sicker. So I was consuming a lot of Maalox, and after 6 months, I was in dire straits. Still had to smoke, drink lots of coffee, still take my alcohol, ate a lot of bread to absorb some of the acids. But the tumor developed right next to and adjacent and attached to the ulcer. This is the wall of the ulcer. So here I had cancer. They said, okay, we're going to have to perform a vagotomy pyloroplasty. You do what the doctors say. That's what I always did. Because my mom's a nurse, my father was an engineer, scientist, inventor. He invented the reverse-bearing computer when he was in college because he was too lazy to take 30 minutes to work out a problem, a mathematical problem. So he figured out a hand computer, that you could do it in 5 minutes. That's ingenious. So that's what kind of a mind he had. And everybody who's academically educated follows what the doctor said. It's a no-brainer, right? That's only because we're all miseducated. So I took the vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerves to my stomach. So I would never again secrete hydrochloric acid. I would be put in the category of octogenarians that don't secrete hydrochloric acid and are in danger of death from parasitical, bacterial, fungal, and so-called viral infection of the intestines. And it would be death if I did that. So after that surgery, My uncle, who was matriculating for his doctorate at UCLA, he put me in some programs there, taking LSD and other things to see if they could rearrange my brain and get it working. I was immune. They gave me 720 micrograms of LSD, and I didn't even take off. So I was rejected from that experiment. And they gave me all other kinds of experiments. And nothing worked to bring my mind back to get the autism out, to remove it, or to get my brain to function. So he was helping me. He explained to me, took me into the kitchen, put out pots and pans in the toaster and everything. Said all the food, even apples, have to go into and boiled. Everything had to be cooked, or I was in danger of death. And he showed me pictures of, people at Auschwitz, not just dead bodies, but really skinny, ugly ones, that had really suffered. So that was the image I got. If I ate cooked food, non-cooked foods, I would end up like these Auschwitz victims, dead in a pile, with other dead bodies. So I did not eat anything cooked. No apples, no bananas, everything was cooked after that. Then the tumor, I developed a tumor on the incision from the stomach surgery. And it got up to about 3/4 of an inch high, up to 1.5 inches wide in spots. So they said we have to irradiate that. So I got 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy, cauterized my spine. Cauterized, it's like taking malleable clay and firing it at cone 4 to cone 10. What happens? You've got pottery. Or depending upon the clay, porcelain. But anyway, it's a hardened substance. So my mobility was, all I could move my spine. They just solidified it. Because the radiation didn't stop there. At that tumor, it went all the way through my spine. And they were moving the radiation gun like this. So it got all my spine from the tailbone all the way up to the brainstem. Very, very painful. So that created blood and bone cancer. So then they said, we have to give you chemotherapy. So I went through several months of chemotherapy, and that gave me lymphoma. So here I had 5 cancers: blood, bone, lymph, and stomach. Nobody has lived with those cancers over 3 months. Really, nobody to this day has lived over 3 months with those 4 types of cancer. That was 41 years ago. I'm the only person in the world who has lived beyond that. How did I do it? I was dying. There was no hope. They wanted to put me into a hospice. I visited the hospice. There was no way I was going to go there. You had sick people who were on chemo, radiation therapy, very irritable, very angry, very sad, very unhappy. And there was no way I was going to get into a pool of those people because I was still autistic. Now, I had gotten by because, like other autistic children, I had a particular savant ability. I could write programs in like 2 hours. It would take people 6 months to a year to write flawlessly. And the way I discovered was that after I got through high school with C's and D's, all from cheating, except for math. Math I didn't have to cheat in, but I was accused of cheating all the time because when they give me a math problem, I'd write down the answer without writing out the formula. So they thought I was stealing the answers off of people's. I was doing for everything else but math. So they put me into rooms, and they did give me special tests. Again, the answers were written with no formula to get there. Like a division table, you write it and graph it all down and out. I just write the answer. So when I graduated from high school, my mother took me to a new technical school that opened in Cincinnati that taught computer programming and unit record wiring equipment. Well, I got the best grades of anybody in there. They didn't didn't test for any kind of comprehension of reading or anything. It was just aptitude in math and design and logic. So it was very easy for me. So they realized what they had, so they farmed me out. They always had somebody with me to do the communication. So they farmed me out to IBM, to Time DC, the third largest trucking company in the world, to Carte Blanche Corporation as a systems analyst. And of course, I didn't do the speaking, somebody else did the speaking and all the writing for me, so I had a sidekick to take care of it. So here I was, an idiot making 80 grand a year, at 18 years old. And then at 19, then I got very sick, and it got to the point where I couldn't work. But when they wanted to put me in a hospice to die, there was no way I was going to be around the environment of those angry, unhappy people who were suffering as I was suffering. And I was crippled at that point. I had to crawl on the floor. If I moved my back or neck at all, I was in excruciating pain. So I'd crawl on the floor on my elbows and drag my body along. So it was hard even to get up on, use jars or pots and pans to defecate and urinate in. Very painful. Most of the time I just went on myself on the floor. Of course, I didn't wear clothes. After a couple of days of that, and all the furniture I had moved out into the 2 bedrooms. I had a small house in Beverly Hills. I was an idiot and had a small house in Beverly Hills. And it was a 2-bedroom, nice 1-level house. And it was all wood floors, so that was good, and they had been finished. So the urine and the feces weren't going down into the wood. They were sealed off, but even the curtains had to come down and just use shades because of the stench. Because the volunteers at the hospice would come 2 to 3 times a week. They'd shop for my food, come and make it, and then clean the place, clean me, and then leave. So 2-3 days living in fecal matter and urine wasn't, that easy, and it certainly wasn't pleasant. But I couldn't smell, I couldn't taste at that point. So it didn't matter to me. And one of the volunteers was an 18-year-old African-American boy who was a singer with a Going Thing group. So he was making 80 grand a year too, like I was. And he was doing this as a volunteer, a very nice person. And he was into a lot of raw foods. He turned me on to raw milk and raw carrot juice. It took him a while to coax me into doing it because I was afraid that I was going to end up and I was already looked like an Auschwitz patient, or victim. So he finally coaxed me into drinking the carrot juice and then the raw milk. And within 10 days after doing those things, the autism switched off. I woke one morning, I said, oh, verb, transitive verb, noun, subject, all of that stuff that I had heard and gone through my head all those years in grammar and grade school, all of a sudden made sense. I thought, oh my God, this is what communication is about. No wonder people thought I was an idiot. I was. So I called my uncle and had a conversation with him. He thought it was an actor buddy of his who was imitating my voice and acting like he was, me, and having a conversation. So after about 30 minutes, I told my uncle an incident in the family that only he would have known about. So, and certainly he didn't tell that other person. So he believed me. He said, you know something? You should buy a book called Siddhartha, because I told him I wanted to go buy some books on nutrition. He said, you need to go buy a book on Siddhartha, which can give you a range of behavior that's outside of your diehard Republican asshole venue. He said, you imitate your father, your brothers, and all of that, and they have no compassion or anything like that. That doesn't mean you have to give everything you have away. He said, I'm just telling you to read this to get out of just that framework of mind. So, and the book was only like 82 pages. It was about a a young boy who grows up in a wealthy household, leaves and becomes a drug addict, a whoremonger, a murderer, everything. And by the end, he becomes a good person and a saint who helps people and becomes a sage. So I thought, all one person can be all those in one lifetime? I want that, so I called Steve, the African-American boy who turned me on to the raw foods, and I said, Steve, had a conversation with him. He was very excited. And I said, but I have no more money. The doctors have taken all my money. I'm about to get evicted out of the apartment. I didn't know what that thing was, plastered on the front door, but I crawled to the front door, opened it, and read it. And I've always had good eyesight. I could read a magazine from this far away up till I was about 40 years old. Now I can only read one from here, and I said, I've got an eviction notice on my door, and I probably have maybe 30 days before I have to leave. And I said, but I want to go to a store and buy books on nutrition to understand what's happening to me. That I hear all of a sudden at 22 years old, I'm able to comprehend language and communicate. So he got a wheelchair for me and went through a whole elaborate setup to take me to a health food store. To a bookstore, a very avant-garde bookstore. And he loaned me $110. You know how many books that is? That was a phenomenal amount of books, because in 1969, you could get a paperback book for 10 cents, 25 cents. Good 1,000-page novel you could spend 45 cents on. And a hardback book, at the most, if they had pictures, $1.95. So for $110, I got a stack of books. And almost all of them on nutrition, the one Siddhartha book. And that was the first book I read in my life, 22 years old. It was only 82 pages. It took me all week to read that one book, because I was in the dictionary looking up the definitions of the definitions of the definitions of the definitions. Because I had no vocabulary whatsoever. And so many things that I was sure the definition meant a certain thing on a word, from feeling, from the way it was used, wasn't even related. So I had to unlearn as well as, learn. So it was, I was malaprop, Mr. Malaprop, using the wrong words, like lugubrious, and I would use lugubrious when I should have been using laborious. So words like that, where I was sure lugubrious means something foul and feeling, when it wasn't. It was, foul, laborious, so instead of lugubrious means, not good feeling, it has emotionality to it. And laborious means just having to work hard, lots of work. So I misused them, because lugubrious meant to me getting out of bed with all my pain as a child and everything ached. That was lugubrious. So that's how I got through everything and getting through life, relearning everything, unlearning and relearning. It was very arduous for me. But I made it. And I got better every year, a little bit better every year, started improving. By the time I was 27 years old, the pain had reduced in my back enough that I could do certain yoga exercises, keeping on the diet, of course, lots of raw milk and things, not raw meat. I still hadn't learned to do that. But I had eaten everything else raw up to that point. And I headed off on a bicycle to travel all over the continental North America to discover what would heal me from all of these medical assault and damage. And I thought I was only going to learn that from man, because all the books that I read, they all contradicted each other. Oh, eat this because this is, the right thing and this is the wrong thing. And then you read a vegetarian book that says just the opposite. Everybody contradicted everybody else. Everybody had ideas and nobody was wise. I didn't read one book that was based on wisdom only. The people get sent to these schools, and they regurgitate what they read in the classroom, and it has nothing to do with reality or wisdom. What happened to the old days when to become a master of anything, you had to be an apprentice for 15 years? No, you just throw you into school, give you a degree 2 to 4 years later, and you're supposed to be an expert on the subject, and you haven't learned anything from reality, from experimentation. It's just been from words in a classroom and from books. So I decided that when I was so confused that the only way I was going to know anything was what worked. If it worked in reality, I would keep doing it, and if it stopped working, I'd find out why or just discard it as not working after a certain point. And I kept good records of all of that all those years. So everything that I have learned has been from experience, not from the intellect. All of the scientific data that I put together and all the explanations that I give you in my books or here in person at consults, all of that to me is bullshit. But to convince you and everybody else that it works and why it works, I had to gather all this information that supported what I found was truth. Truth in action. So everything that I teach is from reality, from empirically based experience, from information. So I decided on this bicycle that I was going to learn the hard way, go out there with animals that had some common sense. Not human animals, of course. This was wild animals, tribes and everything. So I bicycled all the way across the United States 5 times, all the way up to Alaska, all the way down to Yucatan. So for 2.5 years, I bicycled all over. Sometimes, I'd have to get off my bicycle about every 2 hours and then do yoga stretches to ease the pain in my back. But I managed. I managed pretty well. And I lived with Indian tribe, the Mayans, down in Mexico. They didn't even speak much Spanish. I was able to communicate with some Spanish. And so being an autistic person, I learned how to communicate without words. So we could communicate fairly well. They told me raw meat, that would solve my problems, but I was told raw meat's the one thing that definitely kill me. I'd get a parasite that would go to my brain, and I'd be an idiot again. So I stayed away from the raw meat. Everything else was raw, but the raw meat I stayed away from. So then I went to stay with the Yaqui Indians in northern Mexico, Don Juan's, teachers and sages that helped him develop his mental perspective that had mind over matter. But I haven't met but probably 2 people in the world who could do anything mind over matter, and they couldn't do anything mind over matter that was of any importance. They were good tricks. So they didn't help me, and I went to lots and lots of psychics and people who were supposed to be healers. Sure, I might have felt better for 3 days, but after that 3 days, I'd just be in the same state that I was after. So some people have some talent for some kind of change in the body, but doesn't sustain itself or isn't sustained by the body, the person receiving it. So the Yaqui Indians also said eat raw meat. It's what you need to heal. Left them, then lived with an Indian tribe in Dakotas, a Sioux Indian tribe. They told me the same thing, eat raw meat. So, and then my last trip was to Eskimos, the Inuit in Alaska, and this was late August and September of '76, and I ventured out December 31st, 1973. And by that time, I had been a fruitarian for about probably 4 years. So I was very thin. I was down to about 113 pounds, 113, 118 pounds. Right now I'm 150, so you can imagine what I was at 113, 118 pounds, skin and bones, with a little bit of muscle. So they also said the same thing, eat raw meat. And I said, all these indigenous people want to kill this white boy. Revenge. There's no way I'm going to do that. So I was getting to the point where the multiple myeloma, the blood and bone cancer, was coming back with a vengeance. So if the temperature dropped below 50 degrees, I was immobile in excruciating pain. And at that time, late August, early September in Alaska, it's already getting down below 50 degrees at night. And I was, I'd have to run, get in my sleeping bag an hour before the sun went down, just to be able to not be in too much pain. And then I was planning to go in a few days. I thought I'd have a few more powwows with the wise people of the clan, and see if they wouldn't give me the answers one more time. And they were having this celebration. They dug something out of the ground. It was wrapped in hides, and it stunk terribly. If you ever been around a slaughterhouse that was abandoned after 30 days and never cleaned, that's what this smelled like. And it was horrific. I mean, I just wanted to vomit, dry heave when I smelled this. And all the kids and all the people were dancing around, excited about that stuff, like it was cotton candy. So it didn't stink enough. There were some calls downwind, bird calls, and they rewrapped it and buried it again, put it back in the ground, because it didn't smell a half mile downwind. So about 4 or 5 days later, they dug it up again. It reeked so bad that if I got within 5 feet of it, I wanted to vomit. And I was getting a headache. So I kept my distance 10 or 15 feet away, and I watched all of them. Children ate even, let's say, a 3-year-old would consume about a half a pound, in a 24-hour period. An 8 or 9-year-old would consume almost a pound. So up to later teenage, they would consume 2 to 3 pounds. With the adults, 2 to 3 pounds of this rotten, stinking, foul-smelling meat. And but I didn't know it was meat because it was green. It was patinaed with all these molds, and I didn't know that meat decomposed that way. I thought only leaves and vegetation and fruits would decay with fungus. Never related gangrene as a fungus in a human body, and that's a way of decaying the body to recycle it. So I didn't believe that this was raw meat. They kept telling me it was raw meat, and I kept going back for the herbal formula, that the stinky stuff was. And they wouldn't give it to me, so I said they wanted to kill the white boy. So I hopped on a freight train because I was too weak and too sick and in too much pain to bicycle much. So I bungee corded my bike to the side of a freight car and hung my hammock across the open doors. Got to watch all the beautiful scenery as it passed through great country. And I got down to California, Southern California, around the Salton Sea, and I picked an old Indian burial ground to fast myself to death. I hadn't found the answers. I was very sickly again. I wasn't about to go through all of that pain and suffering again that I was descending into because I was a raw food fruitarian, vegetarian, vegan. So, only once in a while I'd be overwhelmed and eat some raw cheeses during that whole period. And that was probably less than 1.1% of my diet. Not even that. maybe 5 times a year I'd have some raw cheese and all of that time. So it wasn't even a small amount of the diet. I was eating a tremendous amount of fruit, like 90% of my diet was fruit. I'd have to consume like 9 avocados a day, and I'd eat sometimes 7 pounds of nuts a day to try to get nutrition, and I'd wake up, a quarter of a pound lighter the next day. So it was futile. So I decided I was just going to fast myself to death and get it over with. So I set up a campsite at the foothills of this mountain, this old Indian burial ground. I knew I'd be left alone there. So coyotes came down every night about midnight and would wake me up with this crazy dance that they would do and screaming. It sounded like a bunch of lunatics, in a psychiatric ward. And they wake me up every night and go through this whole thing, and then some of them would disappear. And it got to be after about 10 nights, 10, 12 nights, hard for me to remember the exact time then because I was fasting. And the coyotes came down the last night, and I realized what they were doing. There was a wash going behind my campsite, and then one over on the other side of the foothill. And they would go, one would distract me, and the others would go down the side. And it got to be a point where I could instinctively catch them. I could feel where they were. So the next night, they took me hunting. And they caught a jackrabbit. It was about 7.5 pounds in weight. They ripped it open. They put it on my feet and were giving me this psychic message, this is what you need. And I thought, I stopped eating meat because I loved animals, except for the human animal. And here they put the Easter bunny on my feet, and it's warm and bleeding. And I thought, oh, I'm nauseous. I can't do this, guys. Then this whole dialogue that my uncle had delivered to my cousins, his children, and my brothers when they were going rabbit hunting. I wasn't allowed to go because I was too sickly. I had to learn to sew and cook and do things like that. I couldn't go play with the boys. I was too ill. So that conversation went through my head. And my uncle told my cousins and my brothers that if you shoot a rabbit, you have to cook it thoroughly till it's brown inside, because wild rabbits have an organism in them that will take over in the digestive tract, be very painful 2 days, and you'll die. Absolutely. So I thought, these coyotes are going to help me die quickly. I can handle excruciating pain in the stomach easily. 2 days, not a problem, a breeze, a whiz. So I thought, okay, I'm going to eat this rabbit. So I picked it up. It was raw, and I had a few bites, and it kept coming up. So after about 5 times of vomiting, I said, okay, I've got to psych myself into this and eat this rabbit the way I used to be forced to eat my vegetables and food when I was a child. The whole time that I grew up, my parents forced me to sit at the table an hour and a half to 2 hours every night. Because if I ate any kind of vegetable, I would vomit. If they gave me Brussels sprouts, I could hit that wall back there. Gave me peas, I could probably hit here. Give me broccoli, I could probably hit there. And carrots would probably be on you. So that is the way my body reacted. So and if I vomited, they would put that much more back on my plate, and I had to get it down. So what I did was I learned to cut off my taste buds, mash it around in my mouth, use a teaspoon of milk, because they'd only allow me 1 cup of milk at dinner time, and I'd wash it down. Then the hard part came, keeping from vomiting. Very difficult, because the body will automatically just go into that. So I'd sit there and just hold the jolt down and try to get through the vomit phase. And that would take 3 to 4 minutes per bite. So then I would take another and go through this. So I was 1.5 hours to 2 hours every night. Everybody else was finished in 30 minutes. They were off watching The Lawman and Yancey Derringer and things like that on TV. And I was sitting at the table trying to prevent vomiting. So I went back to that time and I said, I can do this. So I picked up that rabbit again, started eating it, holding it down, holding it in my stomach, preventing myself from vomiting. But this was mainly not from the normal, vomit of the vegetation. This was from a wimpy standpoint. Ooh, this is raw. This is slimy. So my brothers would said, "You sissy, something like that." So I just ate it and forced myself to swallow. And after about 10, 12 bites, maybe it was 14, 15 bites, it became delicious. So I just started ravenously eating this rabbit. I ate about 3.5 pounds, gave the rest to the coyotes. They finished it. I went back to my campsite to die. Now, I died twice on the operating table and was revived, and once on a drug experience, a recreational drug experience, and died and was brought back to life. And during that time, I left the body, hovered over it, and there was no pain. So I thought, oh, to die, how wonderful. How's that Shakespeare line? To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Something like that. So anyway, I felt very good after eating this rabbit. I had no pain at all in my body. And I was walking back to the campsite and I said, I'm dying. I'm actually dying. I feel too good to be alive. So I got back to my campsite, got in my sleeping bag, and I woke the next morning, and I was able to get out of my sleeping bag in about 45 minutes instead of 2 hours with the sun beating on the sleeping bag. Then I was actually able to move within 10 minutes of being directly in the sun out of my sleeping bag, naked in the sun, instead of another 30, 40 minutes in the direct sunlight to be able to move without too much pain. So I knew that this rabbit, helped me, but I wasn't dead. I was still alive. I was here in my sleeping bag. I didn't go through any tunnel of light, and I didn't meet Jesus or anybody else or Buddha or anybody. I was in my sleeping bag alive still. I thought, okay, then I have to go through the 2 days of agonizing, brutal intestinal problems and die the hard way. So 3 days went by. I didn't have one cramp, didn't have diarrhea at all. I completely digested the rabbit, had more energy still and less pain than I had had in my entire life. So I said, the Indians hadn't lied to me all those times. They were trying to help the white boy learn something, actually, instead of kill him. So at that point, a sidewinder rattlesnake went right past me. I'd seen other Indians go up and put their moccasin foot on it, pick it up in front of the rattler, spin around, snap its head off, peel it, and eat it. And in all of the Americas, the most vital medical food that you can eat is snake. That's why the snake is the medical symbol, and it came from that. So I ate this snake, and I had all of a sudden, within an hour, 2 hours of eating the little snake. Snake's not easy to eat because it's got so many bones. I mean, it's just laced with bones. The ribs and the vertebrae is just constant. So I have to pick and eat through all this. And I didn't have great teeth because after the radiation therapy, it deteriorated all the bone around my teeth. So my teeth dangled in my gums for a long time. In fact, when I was in that state, the hospice volunteers would make my food, which was powdered donuts blended with RC Cola or 7-Up in a blender, and I'd suck it through a straw. That was my meal. So I was eating. So, or Rice Krispies with extra sugar in it, blended in milk, and I'd suck that down a straw. So my teeth weren't that great, so eating this snake was not easy. And all of a sudden, about 5 or 6 cats from the farms that were at least 1 mile away were up there eating the snake with me. So I had company for that. And then I would trap birds, eat eggs, eat chipmunks. By the time you take the fur and skin off, there's nothing left. You got 2 bites of food. So I was starving out there in the desert. So I got on my bicycle and I traveled down to a lot of the farmers and made deals that I would shovel manure, I'd milk their cows or goats, everything in exchange for all kinds of dairy and meats, raw meats. So within 2.5 months, I looked like a scaled down Arnold Schwarzenegger. I put on 50 pounds. So after, around December, I decided to go back to Los Angeles and spread the word. Raw meat is the answer. And everybody said, are you crazy? You're going to get a brain fluke and you'll be an idiot. And I said, well, I've been there, done that. But it's the only thing that makes me feel good and strong and level and focused. So I continued doing it. Then after about 3 years of people watching me eat raw meat and saying that every time, you're going to get a brain fluke, you're going to get a brain fluke, I started worrying, even though it always made me feel good. And it's the only thing that stabilized my mind and my whole body and kept me very strong, because I wasn't a person who exercised. I still don't exercise. I mean, this is my exercise, and also carrying my groceries once a week. And doing this, a couple of times a month. That's my exercise. So I kept eating the raw meats. Then after 13 years of building up and getting worse about the worry, I said, wait a minute. Let me go look at the experiments that have been done at universities to show who develops parasites from eating raw meat. What animals, what humans they've studied. And you know what I found? No experiments done anywhere. It was all absolute bullshit. So then I got very relaxed about it, and I said, hey, 13 years, I had a vagotomy pyloroplasty. I'm supposed to be a person who should be dead after eating one non-cooked meal, and here I've eaten raw meat for 13 years, and I haven't got a case of diarrhea or parasites once. And I'd eaten parasite-infected meat several times and still didn't get any kind of parasite. So I realized it was all myth. Myth to keep you from eating the best foods so that you be in the grips of the medical profession. So you wouldn't be healthy and wouldn't be sick. Oh, but that's a conspiracy theory. Yep. These people are in business to make money. And they don't give a shit about you. They're into it for the money. How many people have been sold down the line for money? Cigarette industry. Put things in it just to make you addicted to it. They know it creates cancers and all, kidney and lung cancers and brain cancers, but they don't care. They want to sell their tobacco. And the same thing with the pharmaceutical industry. They want to sell their medications. You're just an ant to them that they can step on. They don't care about you. So here I am today. I eat the raw meats twice a day, at least a pound a day, sometimes up to 3 pounds a day. 62 years old. Very healthy, even though I've been attacked and inundated and had accidents, severe motorcycle accidents, and I come back abounding. April 2nd of this year, I was in Tacloban, Philippines, studying the only place that you can find really still enough primitive tribes. I mean, where they're very remote. So, and I found one in November that it took 3 days to get there by swimming, by boat, by RV. Any way I could get there, we got there. They only eat 3 foods. Shoots the hell out of the USDA's pyramid, doesn't it? Food pyramid. They eat raw fish, raw coconut meat, and a fruit, a piece of mango or banana. That is their entire diet. And they live to about 150 years old. They have perfect teeth. I didn't get to see the whole tribe. They didn't let me commute with them. And I had 3 translators to get it from the tribal language to Tagalog to English. So I got to meet a guy who was almost 80 years old and looked like he was probably 43, 44. Perfect teeth. All of them had perfect teeth, and they were not skinny. I thought, lived on fish, they'd be really skinny, like the Maasai tribe. But no, it's just the opposite. Maasai tribe lives on red meat and dairy, and they're very skinny. And yet this tribe that only ate fish as their meat were thick and strong and big. And that was a shock to me. But that gave me an idea. So I wanted to meet other tribes there in the Philippines. So, I mean, the government does not allow it. They put me in prison if I found out, so that's why I couldn't take pictures. 10 years in prison and $10,000. They don't want you going near these tribes because if you learn what they do, you're not going to do what the government wants to make money. There's no taxes. You don't go to restaurants. You just eat, off of your land and, off of your fishing. And you've got a great life. I mean, these natives, what they do is sit around and they're in retirement their whole lives. Because all they have to do is eat what grows on the land, and you don't have to do anything to make the mangoes and the bananas and the coconuts grow. The only thing you have to work is go fishing. And there's so many fish in the ocean around those islands. There's 7,107 islands in the Philippines. And some of them have never been visited. And they've got these tribes on that they eat raw. Now, I'd been to probably 20 tribes there, and this is the only one that ate raw. And this is the only one that was healthy. I mean, vibrantly, incredibly healthy. So I was there again in April looking, and I was in Tacloban in Leyte, one of the larger islands that has some of the most indigenous old forest growth. And American government went in there after the Spaniards did, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, and raped all the old forests out of almost all of the islands. Literally, all of the islands. So everything was clear-cut. So you don't have anywhere where there's not anything older than 60 years in tree growth. So no good growth anywhere, except on Leyte and a little on Samar Islands. So I was touring the Leyte Island, and I was in Tacloban at the time in a fairly good hotel. And I woke in the middle of the night, and two CIA-looking thugs were over me. These weren't Filipinos. And they pushed me down at the shoulders, injected me with 3 hypodermics in the right arm, and had a cloth. Wasn't ether. I know what ether smells like. I had enough over my mouth that knocked me out. So I woke in the morning. I thought it was a bad dream. And then I started moving. And I had fibromyalgia everywhere. And I had 3 injection spots there. So I realized I hadn't been sleeping, that I was actually injected and arrested. Now, my house has been poisoned several times over the last 8 years. Food, I've come home from trips, holes in the top of my milk with either rat poison or thimerosal or some other kind of poison in my food. And I've dumped it. I pissed off a lot of people, a lot of politicians, with the raw milk issue, the dairy industry, But before this happened, 3 weeks before this happened, the whole swine flu issue came about, and I did a radio show on the hoax of the swine flu of 1976 because I called it the swine flu, because that's what it was. It was a bunch of foo. And I was involved in that in 1976. So here I brought up all the statistics and facts, even the people who sued Ford, Rockefeller, who was our vice president, and his pharmaceutical house got the contract. Our vice president's pharmaceutical house got the contract to make the swine flu. It was a hoax. Ida Honoroff, consumer advocate, and Dr. McBean from San Diego had filed suit on Ford, Vice President Rockefeller, and the Surgeon General of the United States. So Ida Honoroff was a very famous consumer advocate, as big as, what's his name? Yeah, as big as Ralph Nader at the time. In fact, more popular than Ralph Nader. She had 3,200 radio spots syndicated in the United States and Canada. So she got them, and the media wasn't owned by the big power brokers today, they were family owned, and a lot of the papers were still family owned, and they had some credibility and some pride in their work. Now it's all owned by the conglomerate, completely controlled, edited, everything's edited out. So all of these newspapers and the media were watching this swine flu stuff. And Ida Ronroff and Dr. McBean, she's an MD, said, watch the old people and the young people, the ones they target. And 2,300 people dropped dead in 2 weeks. Do you know how much that number is counted now? 46 people. Well, I came out and showed that there was 2,300 people in 2 weeks, that there were 150 million lawsuits filed, and by the time 3 years was over, there was 360 million. So I let all this information out, and then one network after another wanted to pick me up and do the show, and I only did one more several months later in Wisconsin. And I got a lot of beef from that one, too. So this was 3 weeks after I'd done the initial one. And this was in April 2nd when I got injected. And I think that they injected me with what they're planning, all three of the swine flu fiasco injections. Now, just to give you an idea, I had a motorcycle accident on the 12th. So you can see, I had a motorcycle accident 2.5 years ago, took twice as much skin off. It was all healed in 12 days. Couldn't even tell that I had lost the skin. But because of those injections, this didn't heal properly. These are all from the injections. These all followed the injections. I've got them here, I've got them on the other leg. I had them all over my arms. I'm still breaking out. Within 12, 20 hours of the injections, I was breaking out with crystals all over. Big sores. And then some of those sores on my shoulder up here look like bullet holes. The scars are so big. But you can see these. The injection wounds. 1, 2, 3. Right there. And I'm still breaking out from it. So these people mean to do bad business. And I refrain from telling most people about it because of, conspiracy theorists. Well, let me tell you, these people have been known to do ugly things for profit and power. And I'm not going to hold it back anymore. You need to be aware of these people are ugly and evil. It means to do you harm. And these shots that are coming out, I just put out in my newsletter, which should have come out last night, all of the ingredients and the side effects from the ingredients. And each one of the ingredients alone, I put the harm, but the synergistic of all of them together in these vaccines are going to be deadlier than anything we saw back in 1976 was the swine flu vaccine. And they pulled 90% of all the vaccine and put it in the vaults. They were supposed to destroy it. They didn't. Guess what they're coming out with? They're relabeling it, rebottling it, and they're using the same stuff. So they made $156 million on it then. Now that Bush spent $7 billion, or was it $8 billion, on this new swine flu development. So think about that. You have people dying, let's say, from anything, from, let's say, smallpox or whatever in small amounts. And smallpox is really not your problem. It's always poisoning. Nobody gets a disease unless they're eating too much of a certain kind of cooked foods that has high acrylamides in it, or you're getting foods with additives, some kind of chemical poisoning from your environment. But it's always industrial pollution that causes disease. Smallpox and all of those are just scapegoats for problems. No vaccine has ever proved to work. In fact, when I researched at the Sorbonne Institute in Paris, I looked over all of Pasteur's work. Not one of his animals ever survived vaccine. They all died of anaphylactic shock. You inject a poison, a disease into a body, into the blood, and the blood registers, oh my God, I've got this terrible disease, and then you die just like that because the body just says, I'm not meant to live. I can't live with that kind of disease to that high and to that rate. Because there's no logical way we should be able to get through that amount. But when you inject it into the muscles and gets into the blood that quickly, into the brain and registers in the pancreas and everything, you're going to die. Now, the only animals in tests that I've ever seen without other poisons in it, like mercury, formaldehyde, aluminum, all those things, that survived a vaccine was that they didn't have a pancreas. But you have to take a look at that. Why is the body all of a sudden deciding to die when it gets a shot of something like that? How could that be good? Doesn't make more sense. If you're going to get the disease, you handle it naturally. And as long as you're healthy and you're eating properly, nothing's going to take over the body. Even these injections that I got, I was miserable and in a lot of pain for 4 months, but I got through it. And I'm here to talk about it. I've got scars, and you notice that these wounds, see how much mercury is around there? I took a scraping, and there's mercury and aluminum in that tissue. Mercury and aluminum, the only way I can get that concentrated mercury and aluminum is from an injection. So, of course, that's what they injected me with, those common poisons that are in all vaccines. So you have to really be careful. Be careful with your life. Don't take any injections from any. Injections are direct poisons into your body. It's not food. And even food has to be taken through and processed in your digestive tract. And people are injecting poisons right into their body. So take a look at that. And don't get the swine flu vaccines, any of them. Don't be hooked into that stuff. And I also produced a waiver of responsibility, an acceptance of responsibility, anybody that tries to force you to take a vaccine. By the time they read that 6-page document, they've been entirely educated on the dangers and risks. And if they force you to take it, there's no immunity in law. The only immunity that's been given is to the pharmaceutical houses by Congress last year. But the people who force you to take it, there's no immunity yet. So all you have to do is educate them, and if they still force you to do it, they have to pay you $1 million for each, and that's what the agreement says, $1 million for each incident of vaccine poisoning and harm. Nobody in the right mind is going to sign it. So they're just going to say, okay, we'll slide him out the back way and don't tell anybody, he gets off. Only if you're well educated and know. Now I cite the Nuremberg experimentation because there's been no experiments done on these swine flu vaccines. They've been developed and they're out there. So you are the experiment if you're taking it. So you can use the Nuremberg Code laws, which we and 164 countries have signed on to. So you can get out of doing it. Also another way, in the first part of that newsletter, I give a survival kit. You just close out your house, don't let anybody in, and wait till it's all over. And then you don't have to worry about it at all. You don't have to worry about the risks. Okay, this takes care of this part, introducing everything to you. I'm here and alive, so it's got to work. It's got to be doing what I claim that it does. So we're going to get into the workshop now. In the workshop, what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to tell you about the human body, how it works, so you'll never be afraid of it, so you'll understand everything that goes on, whether you're going through a detoxification, which is sickness or illness or disease, how it works, how to get through it, what to eat, how to make yourself healthy, how digestion works, why you should be eating what you should be eating. By the time we finish here, you shouldn't be afraid of your body ever again. And never worry about a disease ever again. and then you don't have to run to the medical profession in a panic. Remember, the medical profession has their final training in the emergency wards. Everything's panic. Everything is desperate. So every time you go to a doctor, they're going to give you the worst case scenario and the worst therapies they can do. And each one of them is committed by law, by being certified by the state, each state, that they have to give you only allopathic methods of treatment for 10 years. They are only allowed to suggest alternatives when they have failed you for 10 years. 10 years. You are committed to allopathic drug treatment and surgeries and all the other garbage that they do for 10 years before a doctor, a licensed doctor, can give you any alternative to that. Pretty insane. Why does anybody go to a doctor? Because they're in fear. Don't get hooked into fear. So by the time we finish the workshop, you should have all the tools to get out of fear quickly and to be sensible and rational. Okay, thank you for coming. If you haven't joined and you want to join the workshop, see Sherry, sign up for it. 85, right? 85 for that. If you want a mini console, the mini consoles where I read up and I start answering compound questions that don't need answering. We're going to be here till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. That happened to be in New York City once. We were all there till 1 o'clock in the morning, so I never do that again. If you have a question, write it, and I bet you that I've answered it by the end of the workshop. If I didn't, you'll have a Q&A time to ask and get the answer. Okay? All right, everybody's had their announcements? I'm going to wait for everybody to get seated and stop talking. Okay, first we're going to talk about the human body so that you'll be familiar with it and not afraid of it. Now, there are 3 circulatory systems: the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph. Now, the neurological system, we know, transmits information via electricity and light. That involves a lot of metallic minerals. Now, when we use metallic minerals, they're usually in very small amounts. Trace amounts often, like mercury, is good in trace amounts when it's in ionic bonds with other minerals. When you cook, you fractionate those bonds, you separate those bonds, so all metals become free radical. So your pancreas is very much involved in reuniting those bonds, if it can. And the older you get, the more exhausted your body gets, and the less you're able to do it. That's why aging and deterioration are synonymous. They don't have to be. Like that tribe in the Philippines. Can you imagine having wonderful, perfect teeth at 80 years old? Perfect teeth, not a bad one. One woman had one tooth missing, but she had a heavy scar at the lip at the same place, so you know that tooth was missing by accident, not because of deterioration or bad health. The bloodstream has red blood cells and white blood cells. The whole object of the bloodstream is to provide oxygen, to utilize fat as fuel, as energy. So the red blood cells are supposed to transport oxygen to the cells, all the cells in the body, to utilize fat as fuel, as energy. The white blood cells are supposed to remove the carbon dioxide, escort them to the lungs to get rid of some of it there, and to the skin, the rest of it. That is all the blood is supposed to do. but because our other system, especially the lymphatic system, is jammed with waxy fats, the lymph system can no longer do what it's supposed to do, which is feed every cell in the body and remove all of the waste products. So what happened, the blood is taking on this job of transporting nutrients to the body. That it's not its function. So you've got a decrease in a third of energy level just from that. That doesn't count all the toxins you have in the body. Just that alone. Then if you're eating cooked foods, which you produce at least 32 known toxins by cooking the food, heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides are two of the main ones. And heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides, and acrylamides. One is a fat, one is a protein, one is a carbohydrate toxin that are all involved in creating nutrition, creating diseases of all sorts, and cancer, of course, can be your worst. Because when you get cancer, many things are broken down in the body, especially the liver and the lymphatic system at that point. So, just to give you an idea of some of these systems, I'm going to go on the computer and show you some photographs. I will also show you some photographs while we're at it, so I don't have to get it on later, of actual vitamins and the same vitamins from food made into supplements. Show you the radical difference. So if anybody tells you that vitamins from food that they manufacture are good, you'll see how different they are. Now the magnetism on here, the little ones you see, the little round balls that are real active vitamins right out of food, unprocessed, except for a little, I used a microscopic airbrush to separate them with an electronic power microscope. And the other the vitamins after they're made into a supplement, that is the same magnification. So these little bitty actual vitamins become these huge structures, which are no longer the vitamins. Okay, this is a cell here. This is a blood cell over on the right. And it's got organelles, all these little, just like we do on some microscopic us. And it's a platelet like this. This is a red blood cell, white blood cell, fatty cells all around. And you can see these are young cells that shouldn't be in the blood. But this is a bone. This is in the blood in the bone marrow here. That's why it has these little holes in it. So this is where the red and white blood cells divide and mature in the bone marrow. So you can see the small little platelets. When they divide, they are smaller for some reason, and then they grow up and become larger. Most people think when there's a division, they're their normal big size, but they're usually half the size. And then we'll go on to the next. Let me see here. All right, this is skin, and I'm sorry we're not seeing this better. Let me see if I can change. Now this is the layers of skin, and you can see a fatty layer. These are all fatty layers here, and then you've got a cellular level, and these are just different layers of the skin. This being the outer wall here. Excuse me, this being the outer wall where the hair is, and the follicle buried in there. You see there's actually 8 to 11 layers, some say 7 to 11 layers to make up the skin. So you can see the complexity of it, but it should not bother you or confuse you. Now this is the lymphatic system, the male, the female, and the female breast area. Now your greater amount of lymphatic glands are here in the neck, breast area. Then the next set, well, the neck and face are one set. Then they consider the breast, armpits, and the arms. That the second set. And the third set is in the groin area. It's where your major network of lymph glands are, where they take toxins, neutralize them, then thin them out, and then send them out to the lymphatic system to discard that waste to the skin. And 90% of the toxins are supposed to leave through the skin. And even though we are differently shaped than men and women, you can see that basically the glands and everything are all the same. Except in the mammary gland. You've got more glands in the mammary gland in women than you do in men. And when those mammary glands are filled with toxins, that's their job, to take toxins and remove them from the system, to break it down. So if you have swollen lymph glands, that's normal. The doctors tell you, oh, that's a sign of cancer, and have you take out your lymph glands. What happens if you remove your lymph glands? You don't have anything to clean your body, so things are going to build up, and then you're likely to get cancer in your mammary gland tissue rather than the glands that are supposed to be cleaning it. So don't listen to doctors about having a lumpectomy. That's an insane thing to do. The only time an actual lymph gland is involved in cancer when it is hard as rock. Not even as hard as rubber, as hard as rock. Now this is another shot of a blood cell from a flattened viewpoint. None of those look at this level. You can't see what it says. But these are organelles, the nucleus in there. Now this is vitamin C in food. And once that same food, vitamin C, is made into a supplement, do you think that those two are the same, going to create the same effect in the body? These are all solid like rock and stone and glass compared to these. A lot of these are very sharp. All these edges are very sharp because it's cauterized. So it'll go in there and cut and rip apart blood cells, anything that's in the bloodstream. Even muscle tissue, if you have them injected into the body, like some people have vitamin C injected into the body. Vitamin B12, any of those vitamins, anything injected and processed is going to look something like that. Vitamin B1, the same thing. You see how soft everything is? And here's when it's made into a supplement. Now, it isn't as hard as the vitamin C is, and it's not as sharp, but it does not absorb and it can't be utilized the same way. See these little things? You can see them fused in and bound and broken in to these big angular parts. And these darker parts of the vitamin B complex are these larger frameworks because they will mold like clay. But again, they solidify when they're made into a supplement and do not react like a supplement should, like the original should. And this is Campylobacter. Now, these are cells, blood cells around there. You don't see them interfering anything because this is where they belong. Campylobacter is in the intestines. It's a normal bacteria that helps us digest, just like we should have trichinosis, the whipworm in the intestines. It's a natural part of the intestinal tract for digestion in pigs and humans. So trichinosis is a good thing. Campylobacter is part of the stomach bacteria. Helps digestion in the stomach. They are resilient to hydrochloric acid. And this is back now, you get a better picture of what a blood cell looks like. The different parts, the organelles involved. And then back to the skin. Okay, so you have an idea and a picture of it there. That is the vagina, one of the vaginas of the universe. That's a nova. That's the birth of a new galaxy coming out of that. All those stars, a new galaxy. Doesn't help for the human body, but I thought it was interesting. Okay, lights. I'll watch which ones you turn on. Okay. There we go. Are you blinded by the light now? Okay. That lymphatic gland, those lymphatic glands, now it showed just an idea of the channels. The lymphatic system is just as intricate as the neurological system in the blood. The pictures you saw only give you an indication of how everything branches out, just like the nervous system in the blood, but it's more complex, gets to everywhere in the body, just like your bloodstream, capillaries, everything. So it's a very complex system, the whole body, but it's all very simple. The blood is supposed to deliver oxygen, the white blood cells remove carbon dioxide. Simple as that. The lymphatic system is supposed to take the nutrients from the digestive tract. Now, the bloodstream isn't connected with the digestive tract like the lymphatic system is. These I don't have pictures of. You have a web network that attaches to the intestines where all food substance is absorbed, and it's called the lacteal system. It's called the lacteal system because everything that is digested in the intestines turns into a milky appearance. If you have blueberries, if you have anything with a particular color, once it's digested, the color's gone. Everything's a milky substance. The lacteal system delivers it with some transition. The lymph system makes it into more of a translucent, milky substance. And then the lymph system is supposed to deliver it to the body. We are so toxic from all of our processed and cooked foods that the lymph system is backed up. So the blood is now accepting most of the nutrients that feed the body. You wonder why you don't have the energy of people 100 and 200 and 300 and 500 years ago? That's the reason. Your lymphatic system is very jammed. Now, how did it get? People have been eating cooked foods for many years. They haven't been processed with all the food additives except for the last 80 years, and especially since World War II. Why is the lymph system more jammed now? And it isn't just because we're eating more cooked foods and more additives. The major change came when margarine came in. Vegetable oils became available. Before that, everything was lard, pig fat. Animal fats were used. Butter was used. Those were the only three fats that were used. I separate the pig fat because pigs had so much fat that was one of the main things used. Then Crisco and margarine came in, vegetable oils. Now in the human body, vegetable oils will solidify, wax, harden, and then crystallize. An herbivore, an animal that eats vegetables and gets vegetable oils, their body temperature is 100 to 100, 101 to 105 degrees. They keep vegetable oils liquid at their body temperature. Our body temperature, 98.6 and lower, it waxes and crystallizes. So those fats, vegetable oils, harden the system and cause heart disease and all kinds of arthritic and arterial problem, arteriosclerosis. Animal fats do not do that. Evidence absolute is you go to the tribes in New Guinea, in those areas, and you see those people who only eat cooked meats. Even with their cooked meats, and all they eat is animal fats, no vegetable oils, they have no heart disease and no arteriosclerosis. Yet, the industry has been blaming animal fats on hardening of the arteries and hardening of the heart. It is a lie. It is an absolute lie. Why are they lying? There are a lot of people into producing animal tissue and animal fats as products, including butter. Why are they saying, why did they get off on this tangent of telling you that animal fats cause hardening of the arteries and heart disease? You'll find a conspiracy in there. What is that conspiracy? No, that's not. It's just what I said. That's not the only conspiracy. There's another conspiracy. There's big money in pharmaceuticals. If you're not healthy, you're going to be running to people for health. And who does the academia and media tell you to go to for health? Doctors.
It's true in olive oil too?
No, it's not true of olive oil. Olive oil will harden and crystallize to an extent, but not like vegetable oils will. It's a little bit lower rate, a longer period for olive oil to do that to you. And you look at the Italians and the Greeks. You know, they eat a lot of oil. They do have a hardening of their arteries and all of that, even with olive oil. And you'll hear a lot of people, Mercola and all of them, say olive oil is great to clean out cholesterol and stuff like that. But still, olive oil is not an animal fat. And we are built to eat animal fats, and I'll explain that when I explain the digestive tract. So the big impediment on your body functioning properly is the breakdown and the congestion of the lymphatic system. The waxing and the hardening of vegetable oils, margarine and Crisco, the main bad guys in the whole network. And guess who owns Crisco? Anybody guess? The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. And who owns most of your pharmaceutical houses? The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. 80%, well, maybe down to 75% of all the world's food is owned by the King and Queen, the Windsor family of England. They control almost all the food supply in the world. That's how powerful these people are. Now, the King and Queen of England, they raise their children on raw milk. But they don't tell you that. They don't let it be known. My grandparents got some of the Queen's herd. And that Queen's herd are incredible animals. They've been bred and bred phenomenally. Their cows are as big as workhorses. They produce 22 gallons of milk a day. Now, my family on my father's side were very wealthy, judges and very wealthy people. The Vonderplanitz in Germany are high political. My cousin Bernard was the consul general of Germany to the United States. Also, my great uncle was President Garfield. He pissed some people off. And of course, just like Kennedy, he got killed 3 months in office. So they had enough wealth that when my grandfather and grandmother, my father's side, got married, Judge Anson went to England and bought some of the Queen's herd. And these were phenomenal animals, the only ones in America like it. They were huge animals and great. Now you can see the King and Queen and the Windsor family certainly take care of their own, but they produce crap foods throughout the rest of the world. And it's all about what? Keeping you hungry and buying more foods. They know that if they denature foods, your body's never going to be satisfied. So you're going to be hungry all the time. When people start this diet, all of a sudden all those cravings go away. You're not hungry all the time. After eating, you're satisfied. And most of the time, unless you're drinking too much raw cream, you're going to have energy. If you drink too much cream, you're going to go to sleep. And because cream is difficult to digest, and I'll explain that later. So you're eating cooked processed foods will always keep you hungry and malnourished, and they make a lot more money by doing that. They take care of their own, but they don't care about you. And it goes all the way up to the political levels very high. Look at Ronald Reagan and the Bush family. We paid $250,000 every 3 months to feed those presidents, both Bush's and Reagan. Why? Because they wouldn't eat any food unless it was grown and raised on their ranches. They didn't trust any of the food out there in the markets. And you notice the one time in China where Bush Sr. ate at the banquet, he vomited on the head of China. Practically, he puked right there. He was not going to eat it and digest it. He wasn't going to have it. Nobody ever asked them to eat or why they weren't eating again after being puked on. It served its purpose. So you have to think about that. Why would those particular presidents, it was obviously known that they were, because they flew theirs in. They flew their foods in. The other presidents have theirs trucked or delivered by vehicle, not by airplane. So that's how we were able to discover, or certain people were able to discover how they got their food and their products from their ranches, because we paid the flight bills for that delivery. So you have to take a look at those people and why are they doing this? If money can buy anything, if money can get me injected in Tacloban, Philippines by mercenaries to hold me down and inject me, you know that there's a pretty ugly group out there that are just interested in their self-interests, and that's it. So consider that anytime you go even into Whole Foods here. Do you know the Whole Foods is owned through several trusts by the Bush family and the Bass family of Texas? Do you think they want you having good nutrition? So 90% of what's in the store, 99% of what's in the store is not healthy. The meat section is probably the only place you're going to have it. And do you know what their natural meats contain here? They feed them 15% bakery waste, stale donuts. So if you want things to change, you're going to have to pipe up and make some noise. When I called Whole Foods when they first opened up about 16, 17 years ago, when they started buying up Mrs. Gooch's and all those places in California, I called them and said, what do you feed your cows? You're calling it natural beef. What is natural to you? What is their feed? So I got the runaround. I said, you need to put me in touch with, you obviously use many different herds to provide for all of your branches of health food stores throughout America. Who supervisors would have fed all of those herds? So I got to get to that person, and they do deliver stale donuts because they get them at a great discount. So they buy stale donuts from several different bakeries throughout the United States, major bakeries that produce, for major supermarkets, like those powdered donuts made by one particular company. And they'll have hundreds of thousands of pounds a year that they take to these herds and feed them, and it makes up 15% of the diet. Now, how many cows do you know that eat stale donuts as a natural part of their diet? Well, they're made from grains. So, cows eat grains, yes, in small amount. In their diet, they mainly eat grasses. So how can you say eating stale donuts is natural beef? There again maybe an intent to keep you hungry, to keep you eating. They also own heavy interest in some pharmaceuticals, but their biggest assets, the Bass And the Bass family is heavy into hotels too. And the Bass family is also into oil along with the Bushes. And these are ugly people. I went with one of the Bass daughters for a year. These are ugly people. There was one fellow who worked at one of the Bass hotels. He was a musician from Hungary. From Transylvania. What is that, Transylvania? Romania. Wonderful musician. Very entertaining and very funny. And in the quarters for the entertainers that they had at the hotel, they had a refrigerator in there and these huge big boulders of rocks down at the bottom. They were building a new wing or a new branch onto the hotel and were using dynamite. And they put the dynamite in the refrigerator and these big rocks to hide it. What happens if you have a hot climate during a very hot summer day and you open a refrigerator and dynamite takes a change of heat? It explodes. So those big boulders came off and cut his leg off at the knee. Do you know the Bass family refused to pay and help? Took 11 years to sue them and they still haven't paid. They refused to take responsibility. These are ugly people. And you have to realize ugly people are running the world. So what you have to do on a personal level is take care of yourself. And the only way you can take care of yourself is you unite with farmers. Farmers who care. Farmers who are growing things that are pure and good. And as long as you have that relationship going, you are always going to be taken care of on the most basic, most important level, and that's the feeding of your body. So the network that Sherry and Max and other people have going around here, you're going to be fed very well because I take an interest in what the animals are fed, and so does Sherry and Max. So we make sure that you're getting the best nutrients, almost the best, better than any other nutrients you can imagine. And I would say they're probably 90% good quality. Most everything you get in here that is of good quality is probably 60-50% of maximum value. Whereas the products you get from Sherry are probably of 90% nutritional value. So if you want perfect nutritional value, make your own farms. Feed them the way I have. Now, the food I get shipped to Los Angeles every week is 100% maximum quality. Why? Because the Amish farmers who provide my food do exactly what I say. They feed their chickens no excess food, no pre-bought chicken feed, which is almost always processed, is always processed with some kind of discard from Purina, General Mills, General Foods, waste products. That's a way they can get cheap foods and call it food, and there's nothing balanced about it at all. Chickens will eat and eat and eat and get fat from it, yes, not because it's nutritional value, because there's less value in it. And it makes all of these fat substances because the body has to contain the toxins in fat. And that's the main point to remember. The body contains toxins in the fat in your body to keep it from doing damage. Fat in our toxic society is the most important nutrition that there is. If we were like the Maasai tribe, who lived only on raw milk and raw blood and raw meats, have no diseases, we wouldn't need all the fat because we wouldn't be exposed to all of those toxins. So we could be skinny. And then it would be fashionable, healthfully fashionable. Now, if you want to be healthy, you can't be a skinny person. It is not healthy in our world. If you're fat, be very happy you're protected. Even if it's bad fat, the bad fat still protects you. Not easy to get rid of, and a lot of it will harden into cellulite, and that looks ugly. but you'll still be protected and healthy. You just look funny, lumpy. So, you'll still be healthy and you can be a happier, nicer person. People have been around a lot of skinny people. How do they behave? Very irritable, they're hyperactive, temperamental as hell. Everybody remember Twiggy from the 60s? I had one date with her and that was enough. I took her to the premiere of Butterflies Are Free. And it was a brand new theater, the first multiplex. It was only 3 theaters. Now they have 12 and 40 and who knows how many theaters within a movie complex. But that was the first in the United States, a multi-theater. And there were 3 theaters in it. And this was 1973. And they didn't finish it, all the construction of all the theaters, but the main one, and that's where Butterflies Are Free was. So, and I was still very sick, and I didn't want to deal with all the flashes. So I asked Dory Freeman, the head of MGM Publicity, to tell the limo to pick us up on the side, so we'd go out the back way. So, went out the back way. It was all this construction material and everything in the halls, and the door was closing behind us. And I said, "Don't close that door. I just want to make sure we can get out." Twiggy went freaking nuts. "We're locked in here," without even checking, investigating whether we can get out or not. Just freaked out. Her manager, Justin, and I had to shake her. He actually had to slap her to pull her out of it. You have to understand, without the fats, poisons are going in to irritate the nervous system everywhere. This is the same with men, not just women. They are on edge and uptight and very volatile because there's nothing to protect their systems. That's not 100% of every skinny person, but it's like 95%, 95 out of 100 will react that way. And I don't know anybody more fascistic than a skinny person. Always their way, and everything has to be their way. Vegetarians are heavily that way. Hitler was a vegetarian. Pardon? Hitler was a vegetarian. He was also an undiagnosed diabetic. He would have 4 tablespoons of sugar on a piece of cake that had an icing a half an inch thick. He would put 2 heaping tablespoons of sugar into his wine. This was a loco person. And who put that guy in power? Partially the Bush family. Partially the Bush family. They funded him right here from America. Prescott Bush and great-grandfather Bush, his father, ran a bank that was funding Hitler. That is documented, and you can find it. The Attorney General of the United States found out that, tracked some of the money going to Germany, went to Hitler's funds, and they closed and took over all the assets of the bank. And Prescott Bush is a very, very wealthy big man in the banking industry. And who was running the world at the time? The banking industry. Up until a few years ago, the banking industry, those 12 families ran the world. Now you've got the Bush families that rose above because of their oil, pharmaceutical, and food connections now, and they're more powerful. And you can see what happened to the banking system. They did an invasion on the banking system by turning over, by saying that you cannot run the banks anymore that way after they told them they could. So then the other particular banks that they ran would take over the smaller banks. Yet they encouraged them to run the banks that way for 20-some years. So it was a whole ploy to set up. So you can understand there's a monopoly game going on there. And the only way you can set yourself outside of it is to make sure that where your sustenance come from has nothing to do with their money networks. So I'm just giving you that information now to know that if you think you can change something, forget it. You buy farmland and you raise animals and you grow food. That is going to be the only protection you have. Money's not going to mean a thing. Look at the dollar devaluation. I saw this coming many years ago, so I took all of my money out of America and put it in other currency. And you know that I've made 25% my money and just by putting it in other currency with the dollar devaluation in America. And it gets worse every year. So now I'm buying plots of land in different countries where I know it's so primitive, the government doesn't have a big enough money, can do anything. And that's in the Philippines and Thailand. And I'm buying it in very remote areas. I know that I will be taken care of because I'll be taking care of myself. Here in America, where things are not looking good, you need to support your farmers. You need to buy land. That is going to be the only thing that's going to save you. Now, the political system is, if this new codex goes into effect, and these new bills in the Farm Bill come out, guess what? You will never be allowed to grow certain foods because they're going to be dictated by Dow and Monsanto on what is safe to grow. And you can better believe it's not going to be to your benefit. The good foods are not going to be something you're going to be allowed to grow. They're going to call your foods dangerous. So, the only way you're going to be able to survive on your own land and grow the things you want to be nourishing, because let me tell you, they're going to count, the whole thing's been set up. What happened a few years ago? Popeye's sustenance, spinach. They knew that if they picked spinach, which is considered the most important vegetable in all times to build blood and muscle, Popeye eats spinach, they infected it, so-called, with E. coli. Now, look at the repercussions of that concept. E. coli, we've been using manure as the main fertilizer for all times. Everybody uses manure as fertilizer. What's in manure? E. coli. That's the main digestive bacteria in the bowels. All manure is going to have E. coli. So once that started getting hold, then they said, oh, 157H7 E. coli is the bad guy. It doesn't occur anywhere in nature. The only place I could find it was at a university in California, and that was given to them by the CDC and the FDA. A man-made E. coli. An altered genetic E. coli that doesn't exist in nature. So they fabricated this whole scheme to get you to say, oh, we need the government to regulate food. How it's grown, how it's distributed, what is safe. If this bill goes through this year, you will have absolutely no say. The government, run by Monsanto and Dow, all of those politicians in their pockets, are going to be deciding what you eat. And as Thomas Jefferson said, when a government dictates what you eat, that is the end of civilization. So are they intending to kill a lot of people? I would have to say yes. My foregone conclusion is yes, they want to kill a lot of people. They want to keep them sick, going back to the doctors, taking medication, but ultimately they want to kill a lot of people. There's money in killing people. You've got burial, you've got government health departments involved, got all kinds of things. And look at this swine flu thing. How many people are going to drop dead from it? More power for the people, too. 9/11 issue. 11 idiot Easterners that can't even fly a small plane are going to do the kind of acrobats they did with these big planes. And these weren't even passenger planes. If you look at the planes in the photographs, you'll see that there are military carrier planes with different paint jobs. One of them even has painted windows. There are no windows in it, no passenger windows in it. It's all painted on. Who planted the bombs in there? It was a demolition. You saw the explosions going off on each level. It was crumbling. They used that the same way that Hitler used. He burned the Reichstag building, which was the capital of the German government, and blamed it on the Jews and everybody else. And took power that way and took all the rights of the people away, just like 9/11 was used by Bush and all of them. So take a look at that. We're living in nasty times, very nasty times. You can escape from all of it as long as you get some land, remote from a city, and then you don't have to worry about it. Because very rarely are they going to be coming out to you, to the farms, way out in the sticks, to bother with what you're growing for yourself and your friends around you. But if you have a farm near a city, you're going to be a target. Okay, so back to the human body. Let's take a look at the digestive tract. Starting in the mouth, we have teeth that are cutting. All the front teeth are cutting. Then we have the canines, which are tearing and ripping. Then we have a few molars in the back to crush the meat. A lot of vegetarians say, oh, well, we have herbivore-type teeth. You ever looked in a horse's mouth and a cow's mouth and a sheep's mouth? They're all molars. They're all grinding teeth. We only have 3 on each side in the back. 3 molars. And that's if you count the wisdom teeth. If your wisdom teeth came through. You have bicuspids here. They're not molars. They're still not for crushing grain or grasses. So we have a mouth that's set up for animal products, to eat animal products, to cut and tear. People say, well, the primates, a lot of them eat, fruit. You ever seen a relaxed monkey? Every monkey that I've seen sits around and masturbates 30, 40 times a day, can't sit still, always jumping around, twitching, shrieking. Because they eat all that fruit, all that sugar. It goes in and irritates the nervous system. Gorillas, however, are very different. They don't eat ripe fruit. They only eat green bananas. And they'll eat some nuts. And once every 28 days, like it's their period, they'll slaughter an animal and eat 14 to 20 pounds in 48 hours. And only the people that have followed the gorillas for long periods, like John Goodell, John Goodell and Jane Goodell. One's Goodall and one's Goodell. And they're actually relatives. They followed the apes and saw that they eat animal tissue, but they eat it massive amount once on their periods, whether they're male or female. So, those gorillas are very strong animals, and they only have to eat meat once a month, once every 28 days, because of their health. I have found that if we eat meat on a daily basis, we can get healthier faster because we're so toxic and so weak. The Maasai tribe, they eat raw meat every day and raw dairy every day. They're considered the tallest, strongest, healthiest, most fierce tribes in the world, the Maasai. But they eat it every day. So I would take my cue from the gorilla and the Maasai and the Samburu and Fulani tribes before I would take it from the monkeys, because I don't want to be a crazy monkey. And take a look at the killer monkeys. What do? Before they go on their 24 to 48 hour kill spree, where they actually kill everything in their path. They kill plants, they kill other monkeys, they'll kill gorillas, they'll kill elephants. They absolutely kill everything in their path that they come upon for 24 to 48 hours. 24 hours before they go on those rampages, they eat overripe figs and overripe bananas that are full of alcohol, fermentation. And they gorge with those, go nuts, crazy, and they have no conscience, just like a drunk, an alcoholic, and they'll just go through and kill anything until they're exhausted and fall down and sleep. Then when they wake, it's like a diabetic, 1 minute they're stabbing you, and next minute they're loving you. You have to understand that kind of sugar change in the brain is ultra radical, incredibly radical. And they have no power over it. To know the power of chemicals on the nervous system and the emotional body, you have to take a look at the tests that were done in Canada in the late 50s and through the 60s. They showed that children who were fed food that had been processed with additives had a lower IQ, had less aptitude in school, and had a propensity to violence. So some of that was uncovered about 10 years ago with a company, Feinstein and Feinfield, and a foundation of, Feingold, and they sponsored a high school, Madison, Wisconsin high school, to change over with fresh foods to make everything from scratch rather than processed foods, because that school had violent problems. People were coming in with guns and knives. They had to hire a security firm to, like you go into any kind of a government building or any airport, they scan you. They were doing that at one of the first schools that they had to do in America besides California and New York. So Wisconsin was the first more normal state that had to do that in that high school. So they brought in all fresh foods and everything was made from scratch. All violence stopped in that year. IQs went up, almost doubled, and the aptitude ascended in all of them, and it became a very happy, wonderful school. Now, why doesn't that apply to every other school in the United States? Because Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola pay the schools a ton of money every year to have their machines in their cafeterias. And, of course, Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola have bought up a lot of other candy and packaged food companies that distribute food into schools. So the lobby is so strong, the money is so good for the politicians and the people running the schools that's what we have. We don't have any mimic of that Madison, Wisconsin high school. And it's a real shame. But that shows you how it can dictate emotional responses. It's like you're expecting by talk and emotional communication. That was a bad boy. Don't do that again. You shouldn't do this. It's like expecting a drunk to be sober or an elephant to be a mouse. It's not going to happen. As long as there's some chemical like the alcohol in an alcoholic, that brain is not going to function properly. It's not going to think rationally. It's not going to think logically. It's not going to think compassionately. It is going to be distorted, the whole thinking process. Same thing with food additives. So you have to consider your own emotional, own mental behavior depends upon what you eat. If you're eating foods with additives in it, don't expect to be in control of your own life, because it won't be. Even if you're eating cooked foods, chemicals result from that alter the physical being, that alter the mental and emotional complexities that we have. Children on this diet, who are strictly on this diet, and grew up on this diet, are incredible people. I've got one who's just turned 19 now, and he graduated from Yale at 17 years old. He started on the diet at 1 year old. Think about that. That's pretty phenomenal. All of them have incredible aptitudes. I got one in New Jersey, and near Newark, New Jersey, Bergenfield. The kid knew 184 countries, could tell you who, and this was at 5 years old, could tell you who run the country, what political system they were, and nobody taught him. He sat down and picked up a book. He knew the geography. He could tell you where all these countries were in relationship to each other. He was at 2.5 years old. He was reading four-year-old material to his preschool mates. Nobody taught him this. Exceptional minds come from this kind of eating on all levels. Had a 14.5-year-old girl whose mother and father divorced, and the mother was so distraught that her surgeon husband ran off with a younger woman and left the family. She was emotionally made herself a wreck. Ate everything bad, was getting very sick. So somebody in the town told her about this diet. So she came to me, tried it, and it was working. So she forced her daughter, her 15.5-year-old, or 14.5 at the time, 14.5-year-old daughter, to go on the diet. And this girl wanted to be a ballet dancer, and she was a mediocre dancer. And she had an aptitude, her grades were about a B+. That's pretty good. So when she came to the appointment with me, and her mother, for her appointment, every time her mother wasn't looking at me, she would give me daggers, just to let me know that she wanted anything to do with this frickin' diet. So I took it in stride. I've had this happen before. Husbands doing it with their wives, or wives doing it with their husbands, going on this diet. Didn't want anything to do with it. So a year later, all of a sudden, this girl comes back on her own. Her grades went from B+ to A+, became second top grades in the school, and got a scholarship for ballet. That's how good she improved on a physical and mental level. So think about that. Think about the changes that can go on in the human body. I've got a marathon runner from St. Louis who took 2.5 hours off of his time in 1 year. 2.5 hours in 1 year. Think about that. These marathon runners are looking to take 3-5 minutes a year off of their time. 2.5 hours off of his time in 1 year. I've got an athlete who is who's on, who testifies on the testimonial part of the workshop DVDs. And he's a martial artist that's 61 years old, 62 now. He went on the diet when he's 56 years old. And he's a martial artist, and he competes in world championships. And he jump ropes for his exercise. He does up to 14,000 jump ropes at a time. 14,000 jump ropes once a week. Does 3,000 another time, 6,000 at another day. So without stopping, can you imagine jump roping that much? And a year before he went on to the diet, he graphed his heart rate after the exercise. And it was coming in around 170, 186, up to 186 beats per minute. After a year on the diet, it was down to 104. I mean, he could do those with such steady ease. He went from coming in 35th to 50th place to coming in 5th place in world championships. And he was at the age where he was the top, oldest in that category, 15-year structure. People who were winning in his category were 10 and 15 years younger than he was. And then 1 year on the diet, he's wiping them out. He came in 4th place. Think about that change from this kind of a diet. It's pretty special. Okay, so we go down in the mouth, we have bacteria. We have saliva. In that saliva, there's a concentration of bacteria. We have more bacteria in the saliva than dogs and cats. Only animal that I know of we don't have as much bacteria as a fly. A fly's bacteria and enzymes start in their mouth. They can spit on something and pre-digest it right there, starts dissolving that creature right there before they even start eating it. So, wish we were flies. Anyway, we have a tremendous amount of bacteria. Again, that is acidic bacteria that feeds on what? Animal products. Not fruit, not vegetation, animal products. The only enzyme that we have related to any kind of other diet is ptyalin. Horse is the only other animal that has ptyalin, and that helps break down certain sugars. And it looks like we developed that about 10,000 years ago when we started farming rice and grains, corn. And it was an evolutionary thing of eating so many carbs that we needed the ptyalin to help us formulate that into brain fuel. I mean, there are many people in the world, especially in Asia and third world countries, that rely upon grains as 80% of their diet. Only 5% is meat. They age and die very young in life. And look at the people of the lifespan in Asia. It's like 55, 56 years old, and you see them shriveling up very early. They think I'm 45 to 47 years old compared to the Asians normally that age there. They actually think some of them think I'm 40 years old because of the vitality I have. Even Jennifer over there, I got out of her car yesterday when she picked me up at the airport. She says, "You get out of the car like a teenager." And that's, even though I've been abused and tormented and have gone through all the suffering, here I am still at 62 years old, recovering from everything that happens to me and still getting healthier every day. Almost every day. So think about that. This has got to be a good diet, right? So we are geared to eat animal products. Then we go down into the stomach. What do we find in the stomach? Mainly hydrochloric acid and Campylobacter. Hydrochloric acid works on what? Meats. Meat. Campylobacter feeds on what? Meat and dairy. Does it sound like we're vegetarians or fruitarians? Then we go to the second part of the stomach, and bile is dumped into there. And what kind of bile is it? It's bile that does not break down vegetable oils and doesn't break down, avocados very well, or even pressed oils like olive oil. It's mainly for animal fats again. We have 60 varieties of cholesterols that are formed from 60 varieties of bile that the liver makes. Now, the liver makes bile. That's the whole job of the liver. And we got all these natural therapists and doctors saying, well, the liver's a filter. When did the liver become a filter? When all this heavy toxicity overwhelmed the body. So now we have all these glands, not only the liver, we have the pancreas, we have the kidneys, we have these glands and organs storing all kinds of poisons, filtering out the blood and some of the lymph. Because everything's falling apart. Everything's becoming overloaded. Everything is becoming interdependent when it should be independent in its own chores. It was specifically made to do. And the liver's only job is to make bile. 60 varieties of bile to have 60 varieties of cholesterols. A third of them to lubricate the body, a third to protect and cleanse the body. Well, lubricate and protection are together. Cleanse the body, and a third for your energy level. If you compare the energy produced by protein, carbohydrates, and fats, you'll find that fats give you 2.5 times more energy than than proteins and carbohydrates. 2.5 times more energy. Think about that. If you're looking at weightlifters and wrestlers, do you ever see a skinny one? Nope. Do you ever see one that looks like weightlifters? Bodybuilders? No, because bodybuilders strip all the fat off of them, and they become weak during the exhibition period. Now, Schwarzenegger, when he was working out, I knew him back in the 70s, when he was becoming Mr. Universe all those times. 7 times Mr. Universe. All the times that he was training, he was eating raw milk, raw meats, raw dairy. That is common in Austria, where he comes from. Even the athletes today majorly eat those ingredients, those foods. Raw meat, raw dairy, not as much raw dairy, but raw meats and raw eggs. But Schwarzenegger was drinking the, at the time it was called, Altadena raw milk. What did he do? He just outlawed it basically 2 years ago when he vetoed the bill that so many of us spent hours I spent hours writing, the reports that went to the Senate, talking before the Senate and the Assembly, and all the trips to Sacramento, and Sally found all of us, and we all got the House and the Senate to pass almost unanimously these bills, and then Schwarzenegger and a veto canceled the bill just like that. And this is a man who drank raw milk. Outlawed our ability to have a lot of bacteria in our milk to help us digest it. This is a man that's connected with the Bush family. He doesn't give a shit about us. He's into his own political gains, and he'll take whatever rules they give him. Now, they're setting him up for presidency. You can better believe that. He'll probably be the next president. Why? How do they do that? He's not American-born and known it. Obama wasn't either. So they have him set up as a precedent that you don't have to have an American-born president. That's it. Schwarzenegger's in next year. And Schwarzenegger's in bed with all of your power companies, Bush family, the food industry, everything. He's one of the patsies there. He likes his power. He likes to hobnob. And he doesn't care about you. Anyway, back to the digestive tract. So the liver makes bile to make cholesterols so that we can take care of functions in the body. And the gallbladder holds all that bile, holds a storage of bile. Now, why do we need a gallbladder? Why do we need a reserve of bile? Because like the gorilla needs it. Why? He eats all of that fat, tons of fat in that animal for 2 days. It would take the liver about 10 to 20 days to produce enough bile to handle 15, 20 pounds of fat in a 24 to 48 hour period. Otherwise, you're just going to have diarrhea. You're going to lose all that fat. So the gallbladder was developed in the body so that as cave people, when we hunted and ate so much fat, because we usually eat the fat first, all animals eat the fat and the guts first, so they have all of this fat to be able to be digested by having this gallbladder with all this bile already prepared. If you didn't have a gallbladder, you wouldn't be able to sit down and eat a pint of dairy cream or ice cream without having diarrhea. You'd have diarrhea every time. You couldn't eat more than probably 4 tablespoons of butter in a day without having diarrhea. Bile digests it. The gallbladder gives us a storage of bile. The gallbladder doesn't produce anything. It's just a storage unit. The liver makes the bile, sends it to the gallbladder. The gallbladder sends it into the lower part of the duodenum to start breaking down fats, and all throughout the small intestines. Our body also produces hydrochloric acid throughout the small intestines. Bile that's produced, hydrochloric acid that's produced, are for animal products, not for vegetation, not for fruit. So our entire system is made up to be carnivores. You get into the bowel. What is there? The main food there is E. coli to digest animal products again. We talked a little bit about fats, how important they are, and all the things that the body does with them. Different fats do different things. They're digested in different ways. Butter is probably the most important right now in our society. The butter lubricates, strengthens, gives us good energy. Everything that's necessary except for the brain and nervous system. It does aid the brain and nervous system, but not like raw cream does. However, raw cream takes all 60 varieties of cholesterol to digest it and utilize it. So the liver has to work very hard to digest cream. Now, a third of the cream that you eat is going to end up as butter anyway. So if you're eating enough milk, let's say you're eating 2 quarts of milk a day, you'll have almost enough cream. If you're not drinking 2 quarts of milk a day, you're only drinking a quart, then you're going to need extra cream. Say 2 to 4 tablespoons a day. Any more than that, your body's going to have a difficulty digesting it. You're going to get sleepy. You're going to get tired from having cream.
How much cream? 2 to 4 tablespoons?
2 to 4 tablespoons, yeah, a day. Probably 2 or 3 would be enough. Extra besides that's in your milk.
Let's assume you don't drink milk.
Then you better have raw cream.
I know.
Yeah, I would say probably 2 to 6 tablespoons. And butter, if you're drinking milk, let's say 2 quarts of milk a day, then butter probably 4 tablespoons a day, 3 to 4 tablespoons a day.
What about yogurt?
Yogurt most of that will go into butter. So there's not really much cream in yogurt that will be utilized as cream.
Sour cream?
Sour cream will be utilized as cream and butter. So you want to keep your consumption of raw cream to a non-tiring level. If you get real sleepy after having cream with something, probably not a good way to have your cream. Usually I tell people to have their extra cream with their fruit meal. But I mostly tell people to have coconut cream with their fruit meal and just have a little bit of dairy cream. Now, coconut cream is a cream which has a lot of water-soluble and oil-soluble fats. But it is, coconut cream is 80% fat, 15% protein, and 5% carbohydrate. Now, that 80% fat is about 90% water-soluble fats and about 8 to 10% oil-soluble fats. Oil-soluble fats are very limited in reaction. They help protect the body and to dissolve toxicity. They do not stabilize the system. Water-soluble fats do that. The water-soluble fats in dairy cream also stabilize the nervous system. The oil-soluble don't do too much of that. So that's why I say you have to have some cream, but not a lot. Coconut cream is very, very detoxifying. Probably about 70% detoxifying. Probably about 30% stabilizing. Now, when you have a pressed oil, like coconut oil or olive oil or flax oil or any of those, 90% solvent producing to help you make virus and to clean the system. 90% cleansing. They do not stabilize the system at all, except to get rid of some hunger from too much hydrochloric acid. It will stabilize the body from too much excessive hydrochloric acid and excessive hunger, but it won't soothe the nervous system, nor the brain, the neurons. Only raw cream can do that well, and raw milk. Some sour cream. So you have to realize your system. Am I a hyperactive? I'm a nervous individual. Do I have dry skin? Am I dry inside and outside? Do I have very brittle nails? Do I have thin nails? You have to look at all of those things about you to determine what varieties of fats that you need. If you have very dry skin with brittle nails, you don't want much olive oil. You don't want much coconut oil. You need more of the water-soluble fats, like in coconut cream and especially dairy cream and milk. Also, animal fat's great for that. Animal fat will give you more energy than any other fat. Butter comes next as far as energy production. Avocado, very difficult to digest. Takes lots of different kinds of bile to digest it and then to reassemble it. And it's mostly for detoxification. When I was eating 6 to 10 a day to help me get through my hunger when I was a fruitarian, vegetarian, vegan, they would soothe me from my hunger for several hours, but it wouldn't last. Very difficult to digest. Even with a healthy body, somebody with a healthy liver, it still is very difficult to digest. It's more cleansing than stabilizing. Coconut, like I say, is the closest thing to milk, but it still is mostly cleansing. Milk is mostly stabilizing. Very little of it ever goes into cleaning the body, the fats, that is. The mineral concentration in milk, however, will help draw a lot of poisons out of the body, neutralize a lot of poisons, and cause lots of nausea at times when it draws the poisons to the stomach. Just remember, anytime you are nauseous, that's an indication that poisons are dumping into your stomach or intestines. And the body wants to vomit those poisons. Vomiting is the quickest way for poisons to leave the body, and you should rejoice anytime you do that. Now, after 4 months, 4 months it was about 3 months after 4 months, 5 months, about 4.5 to 5 months after those forced injections that I got, I was in Australia doing a workshop, and it started right when I started my workshop. The nausea, the sickness, the aching and pain in my back and in stomach, and the gripping, so I knew that massive amounts of those poisons were finally dumping into my stomach. So I went 2.5 hours in excruciating pain, letting everybody know I'm in excruciating pain here. So we're going to get through this workshop, though. And there was a swimming pool there, and it was cold. It's winter time there, when it's summertime here. So I jumped into the pool, and I'm in the pool walking, giving my workshop, trying to numb the pain and everything. And after 2.5 hours, I just couldn't carry on. I was in so much pain. I started vomiting, and I vomited from about probably 2 o'clock to 11 o'clock at night. Probably 6 to 11 vomits an hour. By the time I finished, the next day, I had washboard abs from that exercise of vomiting. But by 11 o'clock, all of the psychological, the mental suffering that I had gone through from these injections waxed, just waned just like that. So that vomiting got rid of a tremendous amount of poisons. All of my wounds started completely closing. All of the pain, the knee was the worst pain here, and one at the ankle and the bottom of the foot, all of them within 24 hours except the one on my bottom of my foot, completely stopped oozing. Stopped throwing it out of my skin, it dumped it in the stomach, and I was able to vomit it. So Jeff Slay and a guy who's on the diet from Australia finished my workshop. Jeff Slay has probably been to about 12 of my workshops, plus seen the DVD, so he knows my spiel. And he's so funny, he had them laughing more than I do. So he did it better than I think. I probably didn't cover everything as much, but anyway, he did the workshop while I vomited and vomited and vomited for hours. So vomiting is the best way to get rid of serious poisons. To let you know chemically the extent of that, I had a woman who had breast cancer, was about 37 years old. I told her she needed to gain, she was very, very thin. And I told her she needed to gain 25, 30 pounds. She gained about 20 pounds. And I wanted her to gain more, and she didn't do it. And all of my cancer patients, especially the breast cancer patients, go into a vomiting spell. And the vomiting can last anywhere from a week to 6 weeks. Hers went on for 8 weeks and didn't stop. And then she was getting down to where she was too thin. And usually the people who die on this diet from cancer, it's because they get too thin and they can't nourish themselves, and that's the end of it. And the vomiting spell prevents people from eating and not vomiting because they just keep vomiting the poisons. So you have to have enough fat on you to survive that tremendous detox. So I kept 4 ounces of her vomit after about, I think it was 7 or 8 weeks. I sent it to a laboratory in St. Louis. The laboratory, the head of the laboratory called me, not the technician, but the head of the laboratory called me and said, somebody's poisoning your patient. And I said, what do you mean? He said, she has 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium in her vomit. 3,000 times. Thallium is a popular rat poison that's used, where a lot of women have used to murder their husbands. It's very well known. So any laboratory that sees high thallium, they think that there's somebody poisoning them gradually with some kind of rat poison that has thallium in it. Thallium is a heavy metal that's not quite as soft as, it's about as soft as lead and it's about as toxic as mercury, almost. So it's poisonous as it accumulates. Then when then I think he didn't believe his laboratory, and then went in and changed it to 3 times. And by the time I got the lab report, they had changed everything. And she brought that to my attention when I sent her the lab report, because I didn't look it over. I went off of what he told me over the phone. It was 3,000 times the lethal amount. So I think they thought there was something wrong with their lab test, although he assured me they repeated it because it was such a high amount. But then when I got the lab report, it didn't say that, that it was a lethal amount like that. Anyway, this woman had discharged that much thallium from her vomit, from 1 4-ounce vomit, and this was after 8 weeks. She was a metallurgist. She made silver jewelry. Never used a mask or gloves. So she was right over the Bunsen burner, inhaling all of that mercury and thallium from silver jewelry. So no wonder she got it. And of course, all of the lymph glands in the breast area and the armpits have to deal with all the toxins that come into the lungs. And these up here in the neck are the backups for it. So that's why people get cancer of the lungs that are exposed to a lot of toxicity, or cancer of the breast. It just goes there. So she didn't make it because she just wasn't. By the time all the cancer stopped, and the cancer stopped, she was gone 3 days later. Because she didn't have enough weight. If you have cancer, you frickin' get fat. Until you get to that point where maybe 2.5, 4 years before you go into that heavy cleanse where you vomit a lot. But vomit is the quickest way to get rid of concentrations of poisons. So you rejoice when you vomit. I mean, I was in excruciating pain from my vomiting. But let me tell you, it got rid of it, and I felt like a different person the next day. And I only slept 5 hours that night, and was up seeing patients at 8 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. 3 days in a row, without stop. I'm so healthy that I can recover fast from most anything except poisons injected into the system. Wasn't quite healthy enough to survive that one quickly. It may be if I had been fatter at the time, but I wasn't. I was only 180. I go up to 190 sometimes. And let's say I can get the size of him. But, that's what I would like to have been, but I wasn't. I was in Asia for a while, and not a lot of dairy in Asia. So I was losing weight. By the time they injected me, I was down about 15 pounds. And then I lost another, 25 pounds. So went down 40 pounds from that. So anyway, vomit is the best way to get rid of toxins quickly. Diarrhea is next. However, you lose a lot of E. coli and good intestinal bacteria for digestion. So you might go into depression after diarrhea, or lethargy, or inability to, just have no motivation. Now, that's the worst thing that I suffered besides the pain and oozing of the chemicals was I was unmotivated. I'm now 1,200 emails behind. I usually don't ever let myself get under, more than 500 emails behind. And I was unable to do another newsletter until this week. So those chemicals did what the medical drugs and bad food did to me when I was a child. I had no motivation to do anything. I never did homework. I never did anything. Just getting out of bed was too much effort. It was too painful. So that's the way I was with this drug-induced experience. No motivation to get, not clear thinking. I really couldn't get clear to get everything precise and congruous for my newsletters. So I'd start them and stop them, start them and stop them. And I was not going to give out crap information just to be producing a newsletter. So yes, I'm 3 newsletters behind, but I'm going to do 3 a week until December, till I'm all caught up. But that's what all of these drugs and chemicals can do. They can throw people off in many different ways. And I haven't been in that a long time. Now, after the vomit, I was a lot better and was starting to catch up with some things, but I got so far behind on everything that I'm just now starting to get near catching up. And it'll be still a while before I do. But by December, I will be caught up. So there's a lot of things that can interfere. Let's say old storages in your body get moved. They can create those experiences even though they're not fresh toxins going into your body. They will be re-released into your system. They have to be dissolved, neutralized, be thrown out of your skin, 90% of it, or out of your digestive tract. We're not supposed to, the fecal matter, the urine, the mucus, that's not supposed to be an exit point for poisons. Only the skin is. The fecal matter in the urine, the plants are supposed to redigest that. Animals eat fecal matter too. All kinds of insects eat fecal matter. It's all supposed to be non-poisonous. But our industrial society, everything makes us poisonous. So we're throwing out toxins where they shouldn't be thrown out. Out the feces, out the urine, out the mucus, out the tear ducts, out the ears. Everything is toxic. Waste product when it shouldn't be. So fats like the coconut cream help move toxins out of the body quicker. If you're already suffering, do not eat pressed oils, including coconut cream. Except a little amount to help those toxins that are already moving. Tablespoon a day of coconut cream could be enough. Tablespoon of pressed oil, olive oil, is more than enough. You stick with butter, you stick with dairy cream, and animal fats, those fats that will soothe and comfort and protect you while you're already detoxifying. If you want to encourage detoxification, I always say, take a conservative road. I have people that say, oh, I want to detox fast, so they'll eat a half a cup to 8 ounces of coconut cream in a day. And they'll do this for years. And then they come crying back to me, and I keep telling them every year, don't do that much. You're going to hit a point where you're going to detoxify so much, you're not going to be happy with it. So I get this guy who was telling, he was a coach, for McEnroe and a lot of people. He was an Olympic contender and champion in his days in the 50s. 3-4 times a year I'm telling, don't eat that much coconut cream. All of a sudden, 5 years later, it hit. Coconut cream is literally coming out of his eyes. He can't see all day long. They get blurred. Actual cream is coming out of his eyes. He's detoxing phenomenally everywhere. And he says, I can't handle this. I said, I told you this was going to happen. Oh, I only eat 2 ounces, 3 ounces a day. The whole mind wasn't working. He insisted, and I listened to him tell me, I pour that coconut cream down every day, a half a cup to 3/4 of a cup, sometimes a whole cup a day. He's bragging about it every time he gets on the phone. And then when he's having a shit time with it, he denies that he had it all those years. You have to understand the mind, when you're detoxifying, is not working because there's crap in there. And it can even damage long term. He still believes this today, that he never had over 2 ounces of raw the coconut cream a day. I've got notes on it. He still won't believe me. People do not think properly when poisons are ravishing their brain. And the coconut will bring it out of everywhere. And if its cream is actually coming out, or white cream is coming out of your eyes, you're detoxifying the brain very heavily. So, keep control. Palm oil's the same way. Got lots of fat in it. Lots of oils, water-soluble oils in it as well as oil-soluble. So you keep those oils down. Any pressed oil. Butter, let that be your biggest meat fat, your biggest consumption of fats. They will soothe you, protect you, strengthen you, as well as giving you a lot of energy. And minimize the raw cream, because it's very difficult to digest and you'll be very tired. And also, because raw cream is difficult and there's so many nerves in the body that are damaged, the body likes to store cream. So it causes massive water and cream retention in the body. So you'll be a lot more heavier if you drink a lot of cream and more than butter, more than eating butter. Pardon?
What about bone marrow?
Bone marrow is very difficult to digest, and it won't hold on. It won't. I've experimented with a lot of people. It never causes additional weight, but it's very difficult to digest. When I've had people eat, let's say, about a whole stick of butter's worth, which is about 8 tablespoons, about 60% of that moves right out the bowels undigested. It takes almost 10 times more bile to digest bone marrow, because bone marrow is very concentrated and very unusual. When I eat, a package of bone marrow a day, package maybe has 4 to 5 bones in it, with this much bone marrow in each one, could be anywhere from 8 to 10. I will have bowel movements galore that are just greasy, and I can't even flush them down the toilet because they float so much. So, bone marrow does not digest easily. And I tell people just eat 1 bone marrow per meat meal. And that's plenty. And you don't need butter with the meat meal then. Maybe a half a tablespoon of butter still. But you don't need much butter when you're eating bone marrow with your meat meal. Very concentrated stuff. Pardon? Well, have a nice bowel movement tomorrow. We got to keep these questions till the end. Okay, let's move on to protein. Now, in my experiments, the vegetarians say we get our protein from nuts and from grains and fruits and vegetables. As I explained, herbivores can digest the fats and the proteins from those elements and beans and things like that. We're not made to eat those things and digest them. When you cook them, of course, you can digest more of them, but in what shape and what form, and to what quality. Very low grade. None of your vegetarians live long lives, very shortened lives. They claim that the Hunzas weren't vegetarians, they were dairy eaters. They ate more dairy than the Maasai and the Samburu. The Fulani eats more dairy than any other tribe. That 90% of their diet is raw dairy. But they're much bigger and wider people, that particular African tribe. So with more dairy, of course, you have more girth. The Samburu and Fulani, who eat, let's say, 50 to 60% raw dairy, are much thinner. So the meat will keep you thinner. More meat, less dairy will keep you thinner. I don't think that's a good thing in our society. The Samburu and the Maasai are used to be in a very non-polluted environment, so they could be thin and be very healthy. And I reiterate, it's better to be fat. Much better to be fat. So proteins, as far as digestibility, again, all of our bacteria and hydrochloric acid and our digestive juices are made to break down meats in whatever form, whether the meats are fish, seafood, poultry, or four-legged animals, the red meats. You notice that I don't exercise at all, and we maintain all of this fat just from all this muscle just from eating the meats. You know, weightlifters, they'll build muscle, and they eat the cooked foods and everything, and they take all the protein powders, and then when they start working out 6 months later, everything is just limp and sagging, and they look like an elephant, that's dehydrated. And I don't have to exercise at all to keep my muscle tone, and that's what raw meats do. So you can maintain good muscle tone. Cooked meat, you won't do it, and with any other element, you will not do it. You will not maintain your muscle. Now, after I got those injections, almost all the muscle in my arms disappeared. So they got very skinny, and I had skin that just hung down like this. And it took almost 6 weeks for the muscle to start returning. Without exercise, it started returning. It's still not back to what it was. I have a lot of excess skin in here from the weight loss of the arm. My arms are down about 2.5 to 3 inches from what they normally are. Can you imagine what it's going to do to those swine flu shots are going to do to most other people? If they did that to me. Of course, nobody's going to get all 3 at the same time. They're probably going to get them, 2 weeks apart. But still, they're going to do some nasty damage out there. So, protein, meats. And when I did laboratory tests with animals, only meat, and I'm talking about human animals as well, only raw meats increased cellular reproduction without excessive pituitary hormones. Otherwise, the cellular production was at a steady, low ebb. But with raw meats, cells can regenerate fast, can divide quickly, multiply faster. If we were like children born with only 10% of dead cells in our body, sloughing off 10%, usually daily, we'd be vital, we'd be 90% alive. But when you see those old people walking across the street, and you're sitting there in your car, come on, they can't move any faster. They've only got like 25% of their body cells alive, carrying 100% of the weight. That's like asking a mouse to be an elephant. Not going to happen. Very little cellular life. I took a photograph, Jeff Slade took a photograph of my eyes in Australia to see how much contamination there was from the injections, and there was a tremendous amount. My eyes used to be brown and green 42 years ago, and it took about 30 years for them to become blue. And I had 3 spots still in my eyes, 2 penicillin spots in my brain, which were yellow, and 1 black spot that was brownish, that was black and became brown and light brown in my prostate. After these injections, now I've got 2 huge spots that shows metal poisoning spots and other toxicity from industrial solvents and other things in my body that weren't there before the injections. So, you can read that stuff in the body, how it reacts and how it responds. Proteins help remove and control a lot of that toxicity. Some nut proteins, but mainly in conjunction with starches, you can get from nuts. We mainly digest starches from nuts, not the protein. Coconut is the only place we can get a lot of protein, but not enough. However, that tribe in the Philippines that I met, that the males were eating a whole coconut, the thick, mature meat. They'd eat a whole coconut a day. The women ate a half a coconut a day, unless they were really big women. And, probably 1 pound to 1.5 pounds of fish a day is what they ate. And by eating all of that extra fat from the coconut and getting that protein in the relationship that they were having it made bigger muscles. So I do know that we can digest the protein from coconut if you're already healthy. If you're not healthy, you're not going to break that cellulose down. They were able to break down the cellulose to get the protein from the coconut, but I don't know many people who did not grow up and survive that way digest the protein from the coconut very well. So I'm going to say don't count on it. Know that you can digest some, but don't count on it. Consider it just like the other nuts, except that you digest a lot of fat from the coconut. From the other nuts, it's mainly starch. Now, starch is very important. If you have excess hormones, it helps control and attach to and contain excess hormones. And if you eat nuts by themselves, there's high phytic acid in it. And the phytic acid prevents you from digesting, absorbing, and utilizing certain minerals. And those minerals prevent you from digesting and utilizing enough protein. And then those proteins are very much involved in digesting fats. So it's a chain reaction. All nuts and grains have phytic acid. So the vegetarian says, well, we'll germinate them. Get rid of the phytic acid. When you germinate a nut or a seed, you get rid of the phytic acid, but you also produce 3 other enzymes that behave just like phytic acid. So you have 3 times the amount of phytic acid activity from germinating your grains and sprouts. So that's no end result. The vegetarians would know that if they just paid attention, but they're not paying attention. So, again, your protein mainly comes from dairy and meats. Now, I've had a lot of people drink the dairy. It does not increase cellular production. It doesn't speed it. It only keeps your body maintaining the normal reproduction of cells, unless you're sucking it right out of the teats. There's something about chilling it that changes that. Even chilling it under 76 degrees will change it. So it has to be fresh from the teat to encourage quicker cellular production. Meat, when it's chilled, doesn't have that same effect. It slows it. When it's frozen, it does. It completely stops it. In my laboratory tests with animals that I gave raw meat to that was frozen and unfrozen, the animals that ate it frozen all got skin disorders within 6 weeks. Some of them severe to where they had psoriasis. One had mange, losing his hair and everything. Big scaly stuff breaking out of the skin, bleeding, everything. So frozen meats are not healthy meats. Better than cooked meats, but you have to eat a lot of butter with the frozen meats. So it's better just not to eat frozen meats. Now, with those animals that got sick, that had all the skin disorders from the frozen meat, I decided to test raw butter. Sally found a lot of people say, oh, freezing doesn't hurt, dairy doesn't hurt the meats. I proved that it hurt the meats. Now I was going to see if, in fact, they were right or I was right, and another doctor experimented with frozen cream and frozen butter and found that they denatured the nutrients in those fats and they were less effective or ineffective. So I fed one group of these sick ones, half of them raw butter, unfrozen, the other raw frozen butter. The ones who were sickly, who got the raw butter, healed their skin disorders 5 times faster than the frozen butter. 5 times faster. So freezing does destroy nutrients. Period. Only time that it doesn't seem to affect much is in fruit, where there's not much protein and not much fat. And I'm not talking about freezing avocados or coconut. I'm talking about mostly carbohydrate fruits. Even low carbohydrate fruits like cucumber and tomatoes can be negatively affected by freezing. But your sweet fruits don't seem to be affected by freezing. So you can freeze fruits and still eat them. Now let's get into the carbohydrate area. Now, why do we need fruits at all? The body uses, for its energy production, it uses 80% fat, 15% protein, and 5% carbohydrate. The body also uses alcohols to cleanse the body. And since we're so toxic with waxy fats from Crisco and margarine from all those years of eating them, we need some alcohols to go in there and clean the system. So I recommend 1 fruit meal a day for active, aggressive cleansing. And I recommend that you have it with coconut cream. Now, coconut cream, like I said, is very aggressive in cleansing. With the alcohols, even more so when your body makes it with the fruit. You need some kind of fat to protect the nerves in case some of that toxicity gets released. So I always suggest, let's say you're using 2.5, 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, use 1 to 1.5 tablespoons of dairy cream. And maybe a tiny bit of butter or not. That'll protect your nerves and brain in case some of those toxins are released and get into the nerves or brain. All these things work to control the rate of your increase in energy and health and vitality and basically control your life in this world. And you can do it. Doesn't seem like it. It takes years to get to that point where you know you're in control, because a lot of toxins have to be removed first for that to happen, for you to get to that state. But I can tell you, anybody who stayed on this diet more than 6 years will absolutely testify that the change is astronomical. You know your life's in your hands and not anybody else's. and that you're cooperating and working with your body. And that's the only death do you part. Your body is your mate till death. There's no divorce unless you took psychotropic drugs. And that's not a good divorce. Because then you're in the hands of the doctors psychologically and physically. And that's torture. Electroshock you. They can do anything to you they want to do to you. And these people are crazy. There is no valid science behind psychiatry. It is all nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Psychology is a little bit better. It deals with your behavior and your feelings at the time. Psychiatry blames your past, your mother, your father for everything, and your chemistry. And mostly your chemistry is at fault, but it's not a chemistry they control. Pharmaceutical industry controls. They'd like to. And that's why, get rid of the sports part of school, the activity part. What do they call it? Phys ed. Get rid of phys ed at school, and what happens? You have children with high energy levels. All children have higher energy levels than other adults in all species. You better give them an activity period of the day to just go bananas and nuts, to release it all. Now we've taken them out. Even Schwarzenegger ousted, not going to fund the phys ed anymore. So what happens is he's boosting the psychiatry medication network. Everybody's ADD, let's put them on drugs. Exercise is what they need. I'll give you an example. Had a patient who was a teacher from New Zealand. She did very well on the diet. And she was hired by a Catholic school to handle difficult children. And she didn't know that's why they hired her. They just stuck in a room with all the different children from the different grades who were difficult. And she was only like 26, 27 years old at the time. And she didn't know how to handle them. I said, you want to know how to handle the kids? You let them, every hour you give them 5 to 10 minutes, maybe just 7 minutes, and let them go nuts. Let them throw, spitballs, things that are soft. Let them run up and jump up and down. Let them scream. Let them sing. Let them holler. Do anything they wanted for that period every hour. Then, when they're sitting in the chair, after they've cleaned up the room, so the whole process takes about 10 minutes. Then after that, you sit them down, and then you have them sing out the words Om 9 times. So she went back to, she was in tears, she was frantic and everything after the first week, was going to quit. I gave her that information. In 2 days, these kids were completely controlled. 2 days. She was there 5 months. They were praising her. They couldn't believe that she could do what she did. And one of the kids went home and told their parents what they were doing. She was fired the next day because she was saying the word Om 9 times. Sacrilegious. Where do people's rationales go? Doesn't make any sense. Here it worked, and just because she was saying the word Om, which is part of some kind of Buddhist and Zen religion, which is opposed, according to them, the Catholic religion, they fired her. They went right back to the same problems with those kids. Didn't have them exercise anymore, 5 to 7 minutes every hour. Went back to the same problems. Our society is not rational. The people who run our schools are not rational. Take your kids out of school if there's a problem there. Put them in a proper place where there's rationale and common sense, not stupidity. And that was stupid for them to fire her over saying the word Om 9 times every hour. How ridiculous. You're allowed to say the rosary every hour. It won't do a damn thing for you, but don't say Om 9 times every hour.
I respectfully disagree with you.
Pardon?
I just want to respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I've said rosary a billion times in my lifetime, and it never did a thing for me. So I have to, and I know hundreds of other people who were Catholic did the same thing.
You would have said the rosary a billion times. The world would be a different place.
Let me tell you, I did. I said the rosary sometimes 7, 8 times a day. Never helped me, didn't get me any healthier or anything. And I had total faith that it would, and it didn't. So I do with what works. And I'm telling you what worked for me and a lot of people here. And I've never known anybody who said the rosary and got through cancer or anything else that worked, that it wasn't other physiologically a change in the system. So, and I'm talking about any religion, not just talking about Catholicism, any religion. The word Om scientifically changes the brain waves. The rosary does not. I've looked at an EKG and saying the rosary. It does not change any alpha state in the brain. The word Om does. Certain songs and certain tones can. Now, the Catholic, what is that? One song that they sing to the Blessed Mother, Ave Maria, changes the level. It smooths out all of the and brings on alpha waves in the brain. That is a good song to sing. The Rosary won't do it for you. The Hail Mary won't do it for you. The Our Father, the active contrition, no. Ave Maria will. Om will. Use things that work. And if Ave Maria works for your religion, do that one. That one will help your brain and your system. Okay? Hate to get into a religious thing, but we're talking about what works for health here. Okay? All right. So the fruit makes the alcohol to help cleanse the body, and also it helps utilize fat as energy. It's called the citric acid cycle. So you need 5% of your diet, I would say, because we're so toxic, 10% of the diet could be fruit. I have to keep mine down to 5. I'm too clean now. If I have 10% fruit in my diet, I either get sleepy or too hyperactive. So I have to keep mine down to 5%. For years, I went on 10, 15%. And some people who are very overweight might, as long as they don't go to sleep right after eating the fruit meal, can go ahead and eat the fruit and will help burn up and get rid of some of the fats or degrade some of the toxic cellulite in their body and help remove it. Combining foods makes a big difference. Like I said, I mentioned one food combining, which was the coconut cream with some kind of raw fat, other animal fat, to help protect the system. Other combinations are that I found, if you eat meat, raw meats, it's always good to eat a fat with it, especially butter. So your body doesn't turn that meat into a fuel for burning. It's into a pyruvate. And I found that a lot of people, because they have sugar problems, that means everybody has sugar problems, they'll turn that protein into a pyruvate, which then they'll use as energy. And it's such a waste of all that good meat that could help you reproduce cells. So if you eat butter with it, or some other fat, butter especially, your body won't change that into a pyruvate to burn as energy or utilize as energy, because you have that fat already with that meal. So I found that only about 15% of the meat you eat, as long as you eat it with butter or some other fat or egg, that only 15% is converted. And what did I say the citric acid cycle utilizes? Only 15% protein sugars in the form of pyruvate to utilize 80% of the fat as energy. So keep that in mind. 5 to 10% fruit in your diet. And that can all come at one meal. You can also have, let's say, in a vegetable juice, you can have carrot juice. And that's high carbohydrate. That can also bring it up. Now, in my recipe book, the quantities and ratios that I put in there, I have upgraded. So it's changed a little bit. So take note now. Remember that celery, it doesn't have enough carbohydrate to digest celery. So celery is a negative. And that's what I wanted, a negative carbohydrate. Because I wanted the vegetable juice to be a way to supplement your vitamins and enzymes and minerals. So vegetable juice is a supplement for vitamins, enzymes, and minerals. If it goes off into a high carbohydrate type drink, it's going to be used differently. It'll be used for fuel instead of digestive enzymes. I want to boost the body in the morning with a vegetable juice. Could you go outside if you're going to talk on the phone? Because I can hear you over here. Okay? So it's better to have a low carbohydrate so your body doesn't end up using it as a fuel. As a carbohydrate fuel, which is like a small firecracker compared to, what do they call those, a cherry bomb. That's the difference between a carbohydrate and a protein to a fat-burning or fat-utilizing energy. So, if you start off with a negative with the celery, you can add some carb to that, like carrot juice. But it doesn't have to be a lot. Also, cucumber. I've added to all juices, but as a puree. So eating the cucumber pulp in the vegetable juice. Why did I make that change? Because after so many years, I saw about 20% of the people on this diet losing collagen. They were starting to develop symptoms of MS and lupus. MS is where the nerves die in the skin, and they die all the way back to the brain. You lose muscle and everything. You waste away. Lupus is when you have deteriorating connective tissue. It dissolves. Why? Because we weren't eating all the fruits, not getting enough collagen replacement. And cucumber is a fruit, but a bland fruit, and a low carbohydrate one. So I now place the whole cucumber in the juice, and not just juice the cucumbers. And it's reversed all those conditions. So I now say have like 10 to 20% carrot, 20 to 40% celery, 20 to 40% cucumber puree. And then you have the normal, let's say 10% parsley and maybe 5% cilantro. So what you'll do with any of those juices that I have in the recipe book, you lower the amount of celery and you add cucumber to that you've replaced and make it cucumber puree. Now, with the laws that the FDA has screwed us with on organic, nothing is truly organic. If you get organic cucumbers and they've been waxed with 15% petroleum wax. So you peel them. You peel zucchini, because now they're waxing those. Any kind of squash you have to peel. Apples, pears, all of them you have to peel nowadays. They are all coated, even if they're organic, unless you see that they're not shiny at all and they've got a dull finish on them. Then you'll know they haven't been sprayed. But 90% of even the organics are now sprayed because the FDA degraded the value of organic. So you peel the cucumbers, slice them, put them in the jar. The juice that you've just used from the carrot, the celery, the parsley, the cilantro, and the zucchini and all that, you pour that into the jar with the slices of peeled cucumber. You blend it all together, and then you pour that into smaller jars, and you have 1, 2, 3 a day of those. Pardon? No, that's if you have a problem, an intestinal problem like a perpetual problem with seeds, then you might have to remove them. But I haven't found anybody that's had that problem. I know somebody that claims that it happens with tomatoes, and it does. It makes them miserable. So he'll cut out the cucumber seeds, but the cucumber seeds are very large. They're not like the tomato seeds. But he cuts out the cucumber seeds anyway. So I only know one person who doesn't eat the cucumber seeds.
You use the cucumber?
Pardon?
You blend it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You like it?
Yeah. I like anything chewy. Chewy, I like it. It's something else to chew, So, but I also eat cucumbers. I like cucumbers. They're very satisfying. They help thirst. Tomatoes the same. Tomatoes make me a little acidic, and if I have too many of them too long because of that surgery I had a lot of acid to back up this way because when the nerves were severed from the stomach, the vagus nerves, they buckled up here, so that acid goes out my mouth. So I have to be careful with that, eating too many tomatoes. So I eat, more cucumbers and have the cucumber pulp, and that helps everything. And the skin is so much better on the people who use the pulp. Their skin is richer, cleaner, smoother, more collagen in it. Because the cucumber has the collagen precursors. Not collagen, but collagen precursors. And as long as you're eating things raw that have collagen precursors, the body will make collagen from them. If they're cooked, your body's not going to make collagen from anything other than collagen-based foods like skin. What else? Certain bones are high in collagen. Bone marrow is high in collagen. So those things, eaten cooked, will still give you collagen, but not the greatest variety or the shape and form or quality. So if you have collagen precursors in your fruits, when you eat them raw, it'll restore those. But you can't eat enough fruit. And remember, 90% of your toxins leave through the skin, so you're going to be damaging the collagen in your skin all day long, every day. So to replace that, cucumbers are your best.
Would you add honey to that?
No.
No honey?
No. High carbohydrate with that? No. In fact, I tell anybody, don't have honey with your fruit meals. Just have fat with your fruit. Once in a while, if it's a particular, like my formula to get rid of fungus in the body, especially penicillin. Now, penicillin is a fungus that grows on grains, and it's in the bird community and the squirrel community. They have penicillin to help them get rid of degenerated toxicity from grains. It doesn't belong in the human body. So when they grow this penicillin, they sterilize it, and when it's injected into you, the RNA that tells it not to be functional and not to grow is shut off. There's no shut-off valve for penicillin, injected penicillin. So it will constantly eat on you as long as you eat grain products, breads, cakes, donuts, whatever it is. waffles, pancakes. No matter what is made of grain foods, you're feeding the penicillin, if you've ever had it, injected into your body. It will always be alive. In some people, that goes absolutely rampant, destroys their digestion. It is the one thing, they can be completely healthy, and it's the one thing that destroys them, can cause their whole body to be thrown off that one element because of all the waste products from that kind of fungus. So I give them a mixture of 3 tablespoons of lime juice, 3 tablespoons of honey, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice, 2 to 3, depending upon the size of the person, 2 to 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 1 tablespoon of dairy cream. Blend that all together, and then you pour that into 2.5 to 3 ounces, if you're a big person, 4 ounces, of naturally sparkling mineral water. You don't pour the water into that mixture, you pour the mixture into the water. Why? Because if you pour the water into the mixture, it's going to separate and not distribute evenly and everywhere. If you pour that mixture into the sparkling water, it's going to react and mix in pretty evenly. So it only takes maybe a little mix or two with your finger to get it to completely blend evenly. And then you sip that. You don't gulp any fluids, no matter what. What happens when you gulp fluids? Water rushes to the kidney, and you discharge your H2O, and then your nutrients have no H2O to carry to your cells. Just like water, you drink water, and what happens? You gulp water, you become more dehydrated because it goes in and just eats away at your intestines. If you look in an archaeological book underwater, what is it? What does it fall under? A solvent. The universal solvent. It dissolves things. It rains. It dissolves rock. Plants eat rock. They live. When we have water, it goes in and rips our bodies to pieces. It dilutes the digestive juices. It destroys intestinal bacteria.
How many ounces of the sparkling water did you say to pour the mixture into?
2.5 to 4. Yep. Pardon?
What was that recipe for?
For getting rid of fungus, especially penicillin in the body. You could have had tetracycline, any of the myosines, all of them. It will destroy any of those that are living in the body. And most of those grow in the skull and the feet. The skull and the feet, the body's throwing them into the heat, moisture containing areas from the hair, and of course wearing shoes into those moist areas.
How often do you drink that?
I would say only 2 days a week maximum, and 3 days, at least 3 days between. If you have too much, now let me tell you, that mixture will kill good intestinal flora too. It'll kill the good stuff as well as the bad. So you have to take it just like you would, you'd have to be very careful. You shouldn't take any kind of antibiotic at all. But this is an antibiotic of all sorts. Lime juice is an antibiotic and antiseptic, just like any kind of antibiotic. Lemon is not. Lemon helps bacteria. It helps fermentation. Lime juice stops it. So you have to be careful with your lime, how much lime you consume. A lot of your Asian communities eat tons of lime because they live on grains and they're full of fungus. So they eat lime almost with every meal. So they're overloaded with all this fungus. But they don't live long lives, and they shrivel up and have bad teeth by the time they're in their late 30s. So not a good diet. Grain diet, 80% grain diet, terrible diet. One of the worst on the planet. So when you combine honey with fruit, it becomes much more active. Remember, honey prevents growth of fungus. It's an antifungal. They say that bacteria can't grow in it. No, if you put bacteria in the honey, it cannot grow in it, but it doesn't usually destroy a lot of bacteria in the body, but it will destroy fungus. So that's why I put the lime and the honey together. It's the only fruit that's mainly the only fruit that I put with honey, or honey with fruit.
Wouldn't that be too much acidity if you have problems with acidity in your stomach?
It could be.
Yeah.
But remember, save your questions to the end, because I was going to just say that. You know, if you've got a problem if you get very dry skin and your nail starts getting brittle, you might be having too much acidic fruit, too much pineapple, too much orange, too much lemon, too much lime juice, anything like that. If you have a problem with fungus, you need to have the lime juice. Then you can cut out other forms of acid fruit. If I suggest to you pineapple, it's because you've got a very badly damaged intestinal tract with lots of toxins like acrylamide stored in the intestinal walls. It helps dissolve that. If you have lymphatic congestion, I recommend coconut cream with the pineapple. The same with the intestinal. Always have your coconut cream with your fruit. If you have some scar tissue in the body, I recommend you combine just a little bit of honey with banana and coconut cream. It helps remove scar tissue. Pineapple helps remove scar tissue too. You have that with your coconut cream. In my book, We Want to Live, in the remedy section, I point out the fruits and the foods that are good for a certain condition. Just make sure, like it says in the book, you have a fat with it. And always the fat that I recommend when you can get it and you're not too lazy or you have the time and just don't take it, or order it from Renee or somebody else who produces it, or like I did. When they get into regular food, they will get reabsorbed as the nutrients get reabsorbed, about 80% of it. Who wants to keep recycling the toxins? Cooked cheese made from pasteurized dairy will be redigested because you've already fractionated. The body has no control over it. The intestines are very smart. The body's very smart. When you put things in a raw form, the body can decide how to use it. And there's no complex. It's been doing it for millions of years. You put a cooked food in there, the body has to say, shit, do I handle the acrylamides, the heterocyclic amines and lipid peroxides, or am I going to deal with the other poisons that are dumping in from all the chemistry from processed foods and all the chemistry from medical drugs that are in my body? The body has to say, well, which am I going to do? There's going to be some trade-off, huge trade-off. Raw cheeses are not digested and absorbed as long as there's no salt in it. If you eat honey with the cheese, guess what? You digest and absorb it. It becomes a mineral supplement. You will get as much calcium that you can digest and completely utilize than from a whole bottle of rock calcium. Remember, any supplement, dried supplement of minerals is rock. It is not food-based, ionically active biosubstance. It is rock. Do you eat rock? Plants eat rock. Feed that to your plants, juice your plants. Feed it to your animals. Give them that rich calcium. You make cheese of and eat some honey with your cheese. Now, the best time to eat cheese and honey together is about 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes at the maximum after a meat meal. You have all that protein and fat in the body, and you utilize those minerals very well, very quickly, and optimally. Now, the amount of cheese to honey is a very big ratio difference. So it can be 3-to-1 or 6-to-1. 3 tablespoons, let's say most people have 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of cheese after their meat meal. So they can have 1 teaspoon of honey with 1.5 teaspoons of cheese. I only eat about 3/4 of a teaspoon to my 2 tablespoons of cheese. 3/4 of a teaspoon of honey to 2 tablespoons of cheese. That's all the honey I need to digest the minerals in that cheese, to give me my mineral supplement. And you only need that twice a day. You may need cheese to absorb poisons all day and night long. Cheese is a phenomenal substance. Wherever I talk about milk, kefir and yogurt are always better. Fermented foods are already pre-digested. And I'm not talking about wine, alcohol, and shit like that. I'm talking about dairy products, fermented dairy products. Those are pre-digested. Now, there are certain animals, like the cat doesn't like, cats on a good diet for a long time won't eat yogurt or kefir. Dogs will almost all the time. I've had to lower my consumption of kefir and yogurt because if I eat them, it's too much alcohol for me now, and my ankles and feet will swell if I have it more than 2 days in a row, more than a quart a day. My feet and ankles will swell. If you have that reaction from eating kefir and yogurt, you need to stop eating kefir and yogurt and eat just warm milk that's been out for 6 to 12 hours or longer, but not when it starts coagulating and gets highly fermented. So back to the vegetables and the spices with the meat meals. Remember to keep it down because you will interfere with that digestion. Wanted to go back to it just to reiterate that. Too much of that spicy stuff will prevent you from digesting your meat. And I know that in Los Angeles, the amount of stuff that they put in there, and it's like half meat and half spices. It won't digest properly. So I'll take 2 heaping tablespoons of that and put it with my meat. Perfect amount. Makes it nice and spicy. Now, the cream, like I said with the woman who left here, about the sour cream. Sour cream will not interfere with meat digestion. Fresh cream will. It coats the meat and prevents digestion if you have more than a tablespoon of fresh raw cream with a meat meal, unless it's in a sauce that I have in the recipe book. Now, all of the sauces in the recipe book, none of them will interfere with your digestion. I've made them, the quantities and everything, perfectly for digestion. So with my sauces and the recipes, you never have to worry about them. You can make them straight and use them as you want to with your meat meals. I'm going to teach you how to suck an egg whenever my mind starts going. I know that I'm low on protein. So I'm going to suck an egg and show you a nice way to do it. So you don't have to break it into a glass, Rocky style, and then clean a glass. So what I do is you find the fat end of the egg, take an eye tooth, and you want to break it, you want to fractionate the bottom without making a hole so the egg doesn't run out. The reason I do that is because there's a sac inside, a membrane, which holds the egg. It's like, your water breaks, your mothers. You don't know about that? And it's a membrane like that inside the eggshell. If that doesn't collapse, you won't get all the egg out of it. So you break the integrity, it fastens here and here. So you rupture the integrity of that contact, that membrane. So it's flat against the eye tooth, like that. Or you could take table until it just kind of fractionated. You can see that it's broken, but there's no open hole. Then you take the sharp end, the sharper end, the more pointier end, and you go down on the eye tooth and make a happy face smile. So then what I do is I suck it out this way. And I'll mix it around, get the bacteria and the saliva into it so it starts digesting right away. And when you hold it down like this, and you don't suck too hard, you suck the egg white in. The egg white just tastes like slightly slimy seawater, salt water. So there's no bad taste to it, and you're not getting that whole glob in your throat at one time. I've got a very small throat because I didn't develop properly. So if I try to do an egg Rocky style, I usually want to vomit. It'll choke. So I do it this way. Then when I know the egg yolk is stopping the hole up, then it's time to just go. I love the taste of egg yolk. I always loved soft-boiled eggs. Now, you heard that in there? Because it sucked this membrane right down to the bottom. And there I got all of it out of there. Now, eggs are the most incredible food on the planet for immediately reversing disease. They digest in 27 minutes. It only takes about 5 inches of the intestines to digest eggs. That means that all of the energy and nutrition you get from the egg white and the egg yolks that are already liquid, your body doesn't have to use any kind of enzymes to break food particles down. It's just thank you. It's just the bacteria that gets in there and digests it very rapidly. So all of this nutrients you get with very little digestive energy spent. Your body can reserve all of its energy to utilize those nutrients. If you read the recipe book, you know the story about the woman who had emphysema. Suffered with emphysema for 7 years, 2 years on oxygen, and mainly bedridden. Told her doctor who called me one night that the only thing I can suggest at this point, she expected her patient to die this weekend. This is another where I found out the 10-year marker. I said, well, why didn't you call me sooner? She's going to die this weekend. You're expecting her to die this weekend. She says, well, the law is that I cannot recommend any alternatives unless it's a life and death situation or the medical therapy has failed for 10 years. So she said, the woman's probably going to die this weekend. So I said, the only thing I can suggest, you get 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them on her bed table and tell her to eat one as often as she can. Just keep eating them and eating them. As many, and there's no limit. So I got a call on Monday morning. This was a Thursday night, so she probably didn't get the eggs till Saturday morning sometime. So I got a call on Monday morning from a raspy voice woman saying, it worked. I'm out of bed and off the machines. What do I do now? I said, well, who are you? And she said, well, my doctor called and you told her I had emphysema, was bedridden on the machines, and I ate 66 eggs on the weekend, 33 on Saturday and 33 on Sunday, and I'm off the machines and out of bed. And I said, keep eating eggs. Just keep eating eggs, and then get raw milk and raw meat into your diet. Raw meat is probably more important than the dairy right now. But, just keep eating the eggs for a while and make sure your digestion's up to par before you start adding any other foods. So, she did. I got a call a few years later, and voice was almost normal. This is a person who had suffered emphysema for 7 years to the point of death. Eggs are incredible. They do not help cellular growth, like meat does. It does not help increase cellular reproduction. It helps regeneration of cells that are already alive very quickly. It helps the intestinal tract rebound and get to a point of good digestion very quickly. And I'm talking about 2.5 years can be quickly when you're looking at a Crohn's disease or something like that, where you're going to have it for life in your knees and joints are going to blow out. So anywhere from 3 months to 2.5 years to correct a digestive tract is nothing when people suffer their entire life with inflammatory bowel disease and other conditions of the intestines, which the medical profession doesn't want you to cure. They want you on their medication and going back to them and back to them. Now, parasites and bacteria, all that good stuff, we're going to talk about those a little bit, so you never be afraid of them again. Now, one I've neglected all these years that's an important cleanser, just your white blood cells, called phagocytes. It's not like calling a gay person a faggot. It's just phagocytes mean they eat, consume. Phagocytes, white blood cells, will go through and eat degenerative waste products that are organic matter, cellular particles that are being thrown off that could cause some disruption in the system with fungal particles or whatever. The phagocytes will eat them in the bloodstream, keep the bloodstream free so that the the other white blood cells are removing other particles, and the red blood cells can do their jobs to keep up the energy level. But now with all the toxicity and the conversion of food substances in the blood, the phagocytes, the white blood cells, we need so many more of them, and everybody should have a high white blood cell count who's toxic. And it should be much greater than the pharmaceutical houses ever deem is normal. So lots of phagocytes, lots of white blood cells, which are mainly made up of fat, 60 to 80% fatty cells. So they're not fat cells in themselves. They are not directly only fat. These are living organisms that are made up of 60 to 80% fat. They help clean the body. Parasites, they help clean the body faster, very quickly. They can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours, and their waste product is 1 to 5%. So that's like you eating 100 pounds of food in a day and having a 1 to 5 pound poop the next day. Pretty efficient. That's the janitor I want. Bacteria comes in next, second to parasites. Can eat about 50 times its weight. They can eat 50 times their weight in about 24 hours. They're the same amount of excrement, 1 to 5%, usually 1 to 3%. Very little waste product for the body to have to deal with. It has to get dissolved by the lymphatic system and secreted out the skin. Fungus, the same way. Fungi, they get in there, they get in there and they break it apart. They have more waste product, like 20%, so it's a little bit more difficult. That's why when you get a fungus, let's say it's a vaginal yeast infection fungus, how itchy it is. Fungal in the crotch area, very itchy. Athlete's foot, very itchy, because there's a lot of waste products that dry out the skin as it passes through the skin. So on those, you want to put butter on those or primal facial body care cream on the places where fungus is leaving the body. If you want to temporarily arrest the fungus, you apply honey on those areas and let it sit for 24 hours, and it will smother the fungus. So it will kill that for a period of anywhere from 2 weeks to 10 weeks. Then it will come back slowly and do its job that it was meant to do, to help get rid of toxicity and waste in the body. So those are all detoxification. The only bacteria, parasites, fungus, and virus that are bad are those that are man-made. They are very toxic, just like genetically modified food causes tons of allergies and causes lots of diseases in animals that have been fed those. Again, a way to destroy our food network to make us sicker and die for some people, they claim, who want to get rid of a lot of the population and lower it so they can control it. So all of those are janitors. They are not your enemies unless they're man-made. So when you have an infection in the body, it's a cleansing. If you have a lot of white cells and pus, those are the phagocytes going there to clean up the waste from the detoxification of the parasites, bacteria, or fungus. Don't be afraid of those things. Those are the cleansing processes. Most of the time, parasites help your digestion. They help you digest food. The tapeworm can only be found in third world countries where we're feeding garbage cereals. All of those AIDS packages, not AIDS meaning the disease AIDS, but all of those goodwill packages and donations to go to feed these children in Africa or India, Pakistan, wherever it is. Do you know what those companies do? They're mainly funded and work from Purina, General Mills, General Foods. They are organizations created by those companies to get rid of, at great profits, their junk cereals and junk foods, their junk powdered milk. So what they do is they get your donations, then they go buy these damaged cereal products, pay an enormous amount of them, go send them over to Africa and India and all these places, and feed these children the worst foods you can feed them. What are the worst foods in the world? Fried, high-carbohydrate foods. Cereals, chips, French fries, donuts, anything with high carbohydrates that's boiled in oil. What is the most disease? Those are the most cancer-causing and the most intestinally damaging. What is the worst food that causes the most diseases all around and the most severity? Dried milk, powdered milk, powdered milk. And what are they telling all of these people to feed their children all over the planet? Powdered milk. I go over to Asia, and all of the doctors are telling the Philippine women to feed their babies powdered milk. The worst food, according to Pottinger and his tests with the cats. They developed all the diseases, every disease, something like 1,600 diseases from eating the powdered milk. No other cooked food or processed food caused that many diseases. Let me give you an example. Just before I got, and the reason I got to be able to meet that tribe was because I was dealing with the government. They would not let me go see the tribes. They said, they're cannibals, they'll eat you, you'll be in trouble if you get near them, we'll throw you in jail for up to 10 years, $10,000 fine, because you're endangering yourself and make us look bad because we're not protecting, you from these people. It's a big hogwash lie. There are no cannibals in Philippines at all. So I tried for 3 weeks to get a special dispensation to be able to see them. I couldn't get it. I went into this health spa to get a massage, and the receptionist there had a 5.5-month-old baby right next to her in a crib, as white as a ghost and barely moved. And she was dark-colored, and the father was black. And this was a white baby. I mean, as white as his T-shirt back there, his shirt back there, really that white. And I knew that the baby was leukemic. And I said, "What are you feeding your baby?" And she said, "Well, the doctors have us on that, the best thing, the powdered milk, a certain formula." I said, "That's the worst thing according to the Pottinger test with animals that gave the worst diseases. So I don't think your baby's going to get well that way." So this was in Davao, Philippines, and I had rented a house on Samal Island, which is part of Davao City, but takes a half-an-hour boat ride or 20-minute boat ride to get there. I had made a deal with a dairy there to sell me raw milk. So, and they fed them lots of bananas, which I wasn't excited about, but they grazed in all this tall green grass that grows like crazy in all those tropical areas. But they only got the bananas at milking time. So I took them. I took about 5 liters of milk to the woman to feed the baby. In 3 days, the baby's color came in and was happy and active. So the grandfather, I tear up every time I think about that. The grandfather was so excited, and the grandfather was only 53 years old, and he had left that tribe when he was 23. So he said, "I'm going to get you permission to go see the tribe I'm from." And he says, "I work for the government too." And he says, "We help dealing with the land there. We never bother the tribe anymore. We don't even see them. It's hard to get to them, but we help protect them. I help protect them when there's laws made about their lands and their islands." So he says, "I can get you. I can get you in." A whole week went by, he couldn't do it. He came back and apologized. He said, "But I'm going to take you anyway. But it's going to take us many hours trip by 4-wheel drive. Then you're going to have to boat, then you're going to have to swim, and then we're going to have to hike, to get there." So it took 3 days to get there, and I got to see the tribe. But you see the difference between the fresh milk and the powdered milk? 3 days on the raw milk, the baby's color was in. And the baby was active and laughing and happy. 3 days. Powdered milk is horrible. So when you donate to any kind of feed the children, you find out what kind of food they're getting, and don't donate to them. There are 2 actors that are married. I like them, and I can't remember their names. Pardon? They're movie actors. Pardon? No. These are older. Very bald head. He's short, like 5'6", 5'5".
He was a comedian, no?
No, he's not a comedian. No, he's a very serious actor. No, Danny DeVito's 5'2", 5'1", very little, about 5'6". He always plays like westerns and pardon? Yeah, he's a tough guy. Pretty good-looking guy. He's married to also an actress, movie actress. But let's see. Anybody see that movie where he directed himself and played a painter, a famous modern art painter a few years ago? Anyway, he and his wife have a foundation where they buy animals that produce food and give them to the people to feed themselves, so they can keep feeding themselves. They give them farm animals. That is the best organization. That's it, the Heifer Foundation, yes. Do you know the actors' names now? It's there, yes. Yeah. Huh? It's like the cow heifer. Yeah. Yeah, but those are the two main, they started it. So they actually help farming, so people feed themselves and not just giving them junk food like General Mills, Purina, and all of them do to get rid of their unusable products that get sent back, or their damaged packaging foods that get sent over there. That's where the tapeworms are. Tapeworms are not a bad thing. They eat overproduction of sugars. Only people who eat cereals get tapeworms. And they are preventing the death from over-sugaring the system and deteriorating all the intestinal tract. So tapeworms are a good way to get rid of excessive sugar. The whipworm, the trichinosis. How many people have been warned, don't eat raw pork, cook your pork, don't eat pork, you'll get trichinosis. Bad trichinosis. Trichinosis will correct inflammatory bowel syndrome in 5 days. Dr. Joel Weinstock of the University of Iowa came from a farming community, became a gastroenterologist, and when he went to professorship at the university, he found that the pigs at the university were very unhealthy. Perfect environment according to the rules of everything, the best food, cleanest food, and all of that. And they were sick. So with the what he did was he checked the farm animals and found out the only difference was that they had trichinosis. They had the whipworm in the intestines. So he took the whipworm and implanted it into the animals at the university, and they were well in 5 days. So he said, I'm going to use this with my patients. So he went to the FDA to get a license to be able to experiment with his patients. And the FDA said, you can only use it with patients who've failed with the medical profession for their inflammatory bowel system or whatever disease, intestinal disease they've had for at least 10 years. Again, that whole medical thing. You have to do the medical thing for 10 years. You have to suffer with medicine for 10 years before they're allowed to give you some alternative. So he had 6 people. They suffered from 10 to 32 years with inflammatory bowel syndrome, which means that even if they drank water, they'd have intestinal pain, diarrhea, vomiting. No matter what they ate, they had difficulty. So he found a way to separate the eggs from the worms, and he gave it to them in Gatorade. Now, Gatorade is an alkalinizing fluid. So he had them drink it so the hydrochloric acid wouldn't destroy and digest the eggs. 5 days later, 5 of the 6 people were asymptomatic. They could eat anything, have no pain, and digest it. Because the whipworms were hatched and eating the food for them quickly, 3 times, 4 times faster than bacteria could. The tribes in the world who still have the whipworm, trichinosis in their intestines, are the healthiest in Thailand and everywhere. And they're being told by everybody, they've got whipworms and they've got trichinosis, it's bad for them. And these are the healthiest tribes there. Brainwashing you to believe that what is healthy is not healthy. And what is not healthy is healthy. It is a brainwashing. So, one of the persons who got that did not have any reaction, or good or bad. Just didn't affect him like it did the other 5. You can go online now. You still can't in this country. Our FDA won't allow it. You can't have trichinosis. You can't sell trichinosis here. So you have to go to Germany, a German website, to get your trichinosis in a vial and have it sent to you here, if you want to get it. Or you do what I tell my patients to do. You get a hold of an Amish farmer, tell him to send you the small intestines of a pig, fresh small intestines of the pig. You chop it up and you eat it. And that's the way to get it. I've had people that suffered with bowel problems, constipation, for 20 years. Eat a cup of that stuff, constipation's gone for 6 months. They have to eat it again. And after about 4 or 5 years, it's all fixed, all repaired. All the intestines are repaired. You have to remember, you've got so many toxins dumping from your stomach and your body that get into the intestines, already in the intestines. It's going to destroy a lot of your bacteria and parasites, your whipworms. So you've got to reintroduce them. Just like you have to eat every day, many times a day, you have to supply nutrients for the body, and it can be bacteria. That's why high meat, high eggs, and heavy bacteria and parasite-infested tissue, if you can get it. These will help you, not hurt you, and you'll get well faster. Now, viruses are not alive. They are waste products. They are protein particles with RNA and DNA from tissue, from cellular tissue. What happens is the body gets so toxic that parasites, bacteria, fungus, and phagocytes can't even work to detoxify a damaged toxic cell. So the cells create what I call now, I used to call them solvents, but it confuses people. I call them enzyme fractionators. They are just like the enzymes that you have, including digestive juices like hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid doesn't go in there like muriatic acid and dissolve the food. It fractionates the molecule particles, fractionates the molecules or larger substances so that the bacteria can go in there and eat the particles. So a virus is nothing other than a enzyme fractionators will go in and separate the particles so that the cells can remove the toxicity and get rid of it. So when you have there are like 300,000 viruses that can be formed in the body. And that's the differing cells need different enzyme, different viruses to do that. A liver cell will be different from a pancreatic and a nerve cell. So you have 300,000 different viruses that can be formed in the human body. They are all cellularly produced. If you take what they call virus, which are protein bodies, RNA and DNA from tissue, all those fragments and particles, and you put them in a fertile petri dish. Fertile means they keep it alive but not healthy. You put those into a petri dish and keep it, incubated. Not one particle extra will be produced. And I've seen petri dishes sit for 2 years and not one more particle of virus will appear. So they don't replicate. The biggest trash story in the world. 30, 40 years ago, the pharmaceutical industry said, viruses are not alive, we can't use antibiotics. 30 years ago, they realized, oh, wait a minute. If we say the viruses are alive and show them cells with virus in it and say that's a virus, then we can get people to take more antibiotics. So a lot of doctors rejected it, giving antibiotics, and now every doctor there is gives antibiotics for virus. You can't kill something that's not alive. Has no nucleus, no respiratory, digestive, no elimination. It has no nervous system. It has nothing that shows that it's alive. It's not alive. But it has RNA and DNA. Sure, because it's helped fractionate some tissue of a cell to help discard that tissue, that waste product. It's like taking the cells off of my foot. You know how many cells come off of a foot, because of all the calluses and stuff down there. How many waste products discharged from the feet than any other tissue in the body. So if I take those and I say, oh, this is alive. Nothing alive in those cells. Those are dead cells. Those are waste products. And let's say I put some kind of enzyme on my foot to break that down and to eliminate those dead cells from my foot, from my calluses. I'm calling that alive. It's not alive. Nothing to do with life. The pharmaceutical house wants you to believe it is now. So remember that those are fractionators to help highly toxic tissue cleanse when they're so poisonous that phagocytes, parasites, fungus, and bacteria can't be the janitors. Now, the problem with viral detoxifications is that, like you use a solvent, it takes a lot of water to help dissolve that toxicity. The living substances eat and then process it and have a small waste product. Viruses are not alive, so they don't eat anything. They just dissolve it. So you have all this fluid that is very contaminated. It's like taking a degreaser, cleaning the grease off of your garage floor. What's left in your pail? Your toxic fluid, your solvent, and the waste product you just picked off, which is your oil. Processed, burnt, toxic oil that's been processed with many things that is resting in this pool of water. So there's no reduction in waste. There's a dilution and expansion of waste. That's why when doctors look at bacterial meningitis compared to viral meningitis, they flip out over viral meningitis because of all the water retention. So what happens if you have cerebral meningitis and you have a massive amount of edema and swelling? You can have seizures. You can have permanent brain damage. If it's spinal meningitis, you can have permanent paralysis. With bacterial, the bacteria are eating those substances and the waste is reduced to a small amount so you don't have all that swelling. Sure, you see all the waste products in the urine and the blood and people are fatigued and can't move, but that's the process of meningitis. And we want bacterial meningitis, not viral meningitis. But if you're so poisoned, that's the only option you have, is viral. And don't be afraid of virus. Taking flu shots is the dumbest thing in the world. You can't be dumber. You cannot prevent something that's live from not being active. Viruses are not alive. And flus are mainly viral. Colds are mainly bacterial. Okay, I went into water a bit, how it's a solvent. We're going to take a look at salt. It's the same kind of thing. A lot of people say, well, I eat Celtic salt, or I eat sea salt, or salt from the Dead Sea in Israel, or Africa, or Egypt. That's special salt. It's got a lot of other minerals. Anytime you have concentrated sodium, you have a problem. When sodium is completely isolated from all other minerals, it is an explosive. Sodium is more powerful than nitroglycerin. However, like the dynamite I was talking about, the change in atmosphere, the temperature, can set it off like that. It's too uncontrollable. That's why they don't use sodium as an explosive. If you had a block of pure sodium, a crystal of sodium this big, It's as big as, it will create a blast as big as an atomic bomb. Very, very efficient explosive, but it can't be controlled. With our incredible technology, it still cannot be controlled. So who introduced salt into the world? The natives in India used to use salt to spice up their food and lower, because there were a lot of vegetarians there, they would lower their parasitical detoxifications by consuming salt. But it was as a medicine. Then the King and Queen of England, the Windsor family, started using it as a condiment. It was used as a condiment only in China as a medicinal substance to help break down. It's an explosive. So it goes in and creates havoc in the body, breaks down substances, confuses the body, stops some kinds of detoxifications and contamination. So they look at it as a medicinal good. But the King and Queen of England turned it into a food enhancer. They monopolized the food industry of the world by turning the Indian salt mines from the oceans. The Indians there were not even allowed to make their own salt. It was against the law, and they would be put to death or flogged to death for making their own salt. They had to buy the salt that they made, and the King and Queen of England sold. That is how everybody who on this planet who's ultra-billion dollars, trillions of dollars rich, has always subjugated people and outlawed them from taking, and they got and got and got and got. So, in 1947, Mahatma Gandhi put an end to it with his demonstrations. Do you know how many people were killed because the King and Queen of England didn't want to let that go? The Windsor family? Hundreds of thousands of Indians died for that, just so they'd have salt. But the salt does a lot of damage. It can be used medicinally. I don't use them medicinally except in the bath, exteriorly. And once in a while, I'll have somebody take it for a particular reason, like for adrenal fatigue, and that's the only place I mention in the book. It's for a person who has adrenal fatigue. That means you can't get out of bed because you have no energy. Then they can have a little bit of salt a couple times a week. And I'm talking 2 grains of salt once every 4 or 5 days. It's the only time I ever recommend ingesting salt. Salt is an explosive, and your body will fractionate and separate the molecules. It's not going to keep it as you get it out of the ocean or rock or anything else. It will separate those molecules and handle them differently. If it goes into a plant that eats a lot of salt, then that plant handles it well, and that plant has already fractionated it for us. Fish have already done it for us. So we get concentrations of sodium and other minerals in fish, saltwater fish. That we can handle. That's where you can get your concentrated sodium if you need it in a way that's not going to be harmful. But from my observation of what salt does in the body, when you have those clumps of molecules of salt that collect sodium, they clump. Now your body eats anywhere from 93 to 117 nutrients combined in a smorgasbord. Every time your body eats, it needs to get 93 to every time a cell eats, it gets 93 to 117 different elements. Vitamins, minerals, proteins, carbohydrates, fats. Anything is in that smorgasbord of food that is so tiny that a cell can absorb it all at once. Sodium goes into the body, salt goes into the body, concentrated in salt form. It clumps. And it causes explosions of those smorgasbords. So cells then only eat 23, 50-some nutrients at a time. So they are never properly nourished. All cells are malnourished. So what does every processed food have in it? Salt. There's not one product out there that doesn't have salt in it. Because the food industry knows what happens. Your cells will always be starved. You're going to always want to be eating. Eating and eating and overeating. That's what they want. They don't want your health. They want you eating. And they see profits from it. You are not living souls. They have no soul. And they go around, they go around praying and everything like Bush is getting on their knees. They don't have any respect for life nor souls, or they wouldn't do what they do. They would say right now, okay, oil is bad. Let's find a different source of oil, and the Bushes would be out of the business if they cared a lick about anybody. They don't. They wouldn't have bought up all the health food stores in the United States and turned them into mostly processed foods. Remember when Whole Foods came out, it was go organic? And Wild Oats would carry anywhere, in the summertime, they would carry 80% organic foods. Whole Foods never carried more than 10%. And you average 2%. Go organic. Again, it's all mouth and not living by what they say. And this is no different because it's still run by the Bush and Bass trust companies. Anyway, salt is in everything and it destroys everything. It causes malnourishment throughout the body. Also, when a cell tries to absorb, the cell opens up and it's got 1 to 2 ions in it, and it attracts by molecular ionic pull that smorgasbord of nutrients, which is so tiny. Let's say the cell is this big, and this nutrient body is about the size of this. All that smorgasbord, 93 to 117 nutrients, goes into that cell eats. And it's satisfied for maybe 5 hours. And then it has to eat every 5 hours. So what happens when those salt molecules have clumped? Guess what? It can't get into that hole. The magnetism is so great and the explosive nature of the sodium rips the ions out of the stomach of the cell, and it will never eat again. It shrivels like a grape to a raisin. 1 grain of salt will destroy 1 million red blood cells. Salt is a no-no in any form unless it's in your bath or you have true adrenal fatigue. Not some guy who's an alternative therapist that says, oh, you've got adrenal fatigue. If you can't get out of your bed, if you can't get out of a chair, and your mind still works, you've got adrenal fatigue. And you've got some pain back there with the kidneys. You've got adrenal fatigue and adrenal problem. Otherwise, you don't need salt for anything at any time. One more thing I wanted to cover before Q&A, and I've lost it. I need to suck another egg. Anybody want to suck one with me?
I'll take an egg. Actually brought a cup for that.
Huh?
One of the guests I brought is going to actually take off at 8. She has a mini console. Is that going to work?
Yeah, we're going to do it right.
Great. Just to get out of here for you.
Yeah, what time is it now?
It's 7:40.
We'll be ending this very quickly.
Okay.
So we'll take you first.
She's second in line.
Hmm?
She's second in line. Oh, we already set that up.
Okay. If you go 5 hours without eating, the protein level in the blood drops to 0. Remember I said the cells have to eat every 5 hours. If you go 5.5, 6 hours without eating, your red blood cells become cannibalistic and eat each other. Can you imagine poor vegetarians? We're not going to eat animals, and here they're eating themselves because they don't eat enough protein. They're cannibals. They've turned their bodies into cannibals. The protein is very necessary. So I don't care if you were 700 pounds with fat. It's the protein that drops every 5 hours that has to be replenished. And I don't care how much meat you eat, you cannot keep a high level of meat in the blood unless, let's say, you've eaten 6 pounds of meat that day. Then you're digesting enough not to have to bother with it. But take example, we don't eat that much, and we eat a lot of other garbage and not much meat. So what happens during the night? You sleep 8 to 10 hours, you wake and you wonder why you have to go to caffeine or nicotine to get going in the morning. What did people do 100 years ago? They couldn't afford coffee. That was a luxury. Cigarettes, that was a luxury. You only see that in the movies and westerns where everybody has a cigarette. Cigarettes were hard to come by and very expensive. The rolling paper alone was frightfully expensive for the average person who made 2 cents to a nickel a day for a whole 8 hours labor. So you have to take a look at that. Why are you sleeping 8 to 10 hours a day and wake up and can't move? You need a drug to get you going. It's because the red blood cells are eating each other after 5 hours. So you wake 8 hours in the morning and you've lost 2 tablespoons of red blood cells. 10 hours, you've lost 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You are anemic when you awaken. Is anemia resolved by nicotine or caffeine? Coca-Cola or coffee or cigarettes? Chocolate? No. Eating properly resolves anemia. So, you eat every 5 hours. If you're a hyperactive person, you set your alarm for 3 hours, eat half a cup of milk or a couple of eggs or half of a milkshake, and you go back to sleep. Something has protein in it. Then you sleep 5 hours. If you're a person like me, I only sleep 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours at a time usually. And I'm up doing, and then I'll take a nap during the day sometime. So I'm never sleeping, or rarely ever sleep beyond the 5 hours. Rarely ever happens. In fact, when I even sleep at 6 hours, I'm always waking at some point and having something if I sleep 6 hours in one night. So make sure that you awaken sometime during the night, you eat and go back to sleep. I was in Nevada City, California, and this vegetarian had gotten on the diet a couple of years before on my diet, and he was only 46 years old, and he was like this. Only 46 years old, looked like an old man that was probably 80, and was bone disease, osteoporosis. And after 2 years on the diet, he's standing up, he's got muscles everywhere, very strong in the diet. He said, "But Aajonus," he said, "I don't have any energy till 10 o'clock in the morning, noon." And I said, "Well, are you eating during the night?" "No." And I said, "You've attended and recorded, how many workshops, and you're not doing that? Try it tonight." Changed his whole life. It changed his energy level in the morning, absolutely. When he woke in the morning, because he woke and had it, he woke in the morning, he was charged and going. If that's your problem, take a look at it and do something differently. There are people who have lots of adrenaline, charged with adrenaline. It doesn't matter if they eat or not during the night. That doesn't mean they don't have anemia. Just their adrenaline keeps them going. That doesn't mean they're healthy by going 8 hours and 10 hours, and it doesn't harm them. Don't think it doesn't harm them. It will harm them. But they're so high with adrenaline, like I said in the book, they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground about the way they feel because they're going on adrenaline. And those people, like I said in the recipe book, usually have a heart attack in their 50s and 60s, and they're gone because they dry out inside. So you can always choose your poisons. Okay, now we're going to Q&A. Questions? Yes?
You know anything about like hyperbaric chambers being like a good source of healing because of like oxygen?
Can you repeat the question?
He asked about hyperbolic chambers. They fuse a lot of oxygen. It's not a natural oxygen. It's a chemical oxygen. It doesn't really boost the overall health of the body. It charges it with adrenaline because it is a gaseous toxin, because it is a synthetically made oxygen. I don't believe any of those therapies are good. The only therapy that I go with is heat. You have an ache in some part of your body, you get a hot water bottle. Not a heating pad, a hot water bottle. Your heating pads all have electromagnetic fields that go up to 150 milligauss. And it only takes 3 milligauss to alter the molecular structure of human cells. So don't use a heating pad or a hot or a heating blanket, what do they call them, electric blanket. You use a hot water bottle. No electromagnetic field. Heat always increases the flow of nutrients to an area for cleansing and healing. It relieves usually 80% of any fat. 80% of any pain just from the heat.
What about infrared lamps?
Infrared lamps, don't do that. They usually cause other problems, skin problems. Yeah. In fact, they cause a lot of problems. There's a particular spectrum which is isolated, and it's like sodium. It's when it's all concentrated, it's one ray of the spectrum of the sun, and it doesn't rebalance anything when you have a lot of it.
Well, they say have minerals in it.
There's no minerals in light. There are minerals in your body, and minerals react to light. So, yes, different spectrums cause different minerals to move and react. But if you just do the ultraviolet light, you're only having a certain band, let's say about 23 ions that are moving. And that creates other imbalances. So, when you're always trying to do a seesaw, you're going to be in trouble. I found that if you're patient, you eat the right foods, you go through your detoxifications, on the other side of that detoxification is better health every day. It progresses. And you get healthier. Yes?
What about infrared tints?
Infrared tints, again, you're talking about one small spectrum of light. And it excites certain elements in the body. But it isn't overall helpful.
Not helpful.
Yeah. It's overall harmful. Yes?
Rabies.
Pardon?
What is rabies? Rabies?
Rabies is a man-made disease. Yeah. When they were experimenting with animals in the wild, they would inject them with things. They would feed them poisons. And these animals would come out with nerve disease and foaming at the mouth from the brain actually melting, usually from experimenting with those animals. Have you ever seen a case of rabies? And it's going around like it's everywhere. Every animal's carrying rabies. You know why? They make trillions of dollars a year by forcing people to give their dogs and cats rabies vaccine. It's a multi-trillion-dollar a year business worldwide. It is hogwash. I've been bitten by so many things: alligator, dogs, chipmunks, groundhogs, squirrels, snakes. I have never, ever gotten rabies. It's hogwash. She had her hand up before everybody else over here. Yes.
How about absorbing for the skin? Let's say using your cream or putting a lot of cream and butter on the skin. Wouldn't that help the liver? If you
Okay, she asked, can you feed the body from the outside? Absolutely you can. It mostly will help the skin, the connective tissue, and the lymphatic system, and maybe the tendons to an extent. It doesn't really get into the liver, and it doesn't really get into other glands, but it does help the least nutrified part of your body, which is your skin. Your skin, remember, is detoxing 90% of your waste products. In our environment, industrial environment, heavily toxic. So your skin is getting whatever is lightly left in the body. And let me tell you, your organs and glands are taking most of it. So feeding your skin on the outside, once a week, I get a massage with butter and bone marrow blended together. I melt the butter in about 96 degrees water, and then I put bone marrow that's been out of the refrigerator for at least 12 hours and is room temperature. I put that together and blend them. Doesn't smell real good, but it certainly works wonders on the body. So that's what I do once a week to help nutrify my skin, especially after these injections. And it's helped my skin tremendously because my skin was going fast from those injections.
If we have a cholesterol count of 300, somewhere around there, total cholesterol, is there a way to test to find out if that's healthy or not healthy?
No, not really. They don't make a test to do that, but 350 is low. If you're on this healthy diet, I like the cholesterol to get up to 600. Why? Because that means you're cleaning out the toxic cholesterols faster than any other way and process. I have a Hall of Fame basketball player whose cholesterol level stays at 675. And as long as it stays that high, when it gets down to 500, when he's taking medication, he didn't function. And I had an Olympic gymnast. She was getting a cold and flu every 3 to 6 weeks, and it would stop her from exercising. Her cholesterol was 327. Every time they took it down, she would get sicker, unable to keep. So they're going to throw her off the team. So somebody, that man I told you was, who was McEnroe's coach, told her coach to let me put her on a diet. So I put her on a diet, kept her cholesterol level at 327 to 350, and she won a silver medal that year. I'm not allowed to give her name for publicity's sake and for all of that, but cholesterol level means nothing except that you have a lot of cholesterol in your body to lose a lot of good things. But when you're on this diet, at least half of it is cholesterol on the way out of the body, not from what you're eating presently that will be utilized. So you equate, if you're about a 300, half of that cholesterol is on its way out. So that's low cholesterol still for me. Not me personally anymore. I used to keep it anywhere from 300 to 500. Now mine's around 230, 240. So it's pretty low. Sometimes it goes even lower. But I don't need all the fats that other people need. Right now my cholesterol's up again because of those injections. Yes?
You are to alter them in terms of mixing them, blending them. Does that change the nutritional content of the eggs versus sucking them Rocky style?
Okay, did everybody hear that? Okay. If you blend eggs alone or whip eggs alone, it damages the egg. When it's coated with some other kind of food, it isolates it. But there are 3 proteins in the egg white with 2 whips are destroyed. And those 3 enzymes they found prevent cancer from advancing. So I would say they're pretty important. Just 2 whips destroys those enzymes in the egg white. So if you're blending it with milk or cream or any other kind of substance that will coat that egg and keep it from oxidizing.
You created, you're asking for eggs to be blended into the veggie juice. So isn't that kind of canceling that out?
No, I say whip it into the vegetable juice. I never say blend it into the vegetable juice. I say whip it into the vegetable juice. Hand whip. You don't blend the egg into vegetable juice. I've never, ever said that. You hand whip it into vegetable.
Eggs, about 6 of them with honey, and I noticed there is a reaction with the stomach.
You've got to put at least some cream in there if you're going to do that. Yeah, like maybe 3 tablespoons of cream with the 6 eggs and then your honey together. Then it will coat and keep it from oxidizing if you want to do that. Okay, another question here?
In your book, you mentioned about peanut oil as the help for any type of skin abrasion.
Okay, she's asking about peanut oil. There's no more peanut oil available that's under even 150 degrees. So, not even talk about it.
Okay, so
Nothing available.
use instead, like use coconut oil?
You can use coconut cream would be better. Basically, coconut cream would be the thing that I would use in place of peanut oil,
Okay.
except for an aphrodisiac, and you just have to eat the raw peanuts. Grind them up and use it as a nut formula. Okay? Oh, and for you men, I want you to know that Viagra, Cialis, and all of those, how they create the erection is, that erection is made by blood. The blood rushes to the penis and stays there. It makes it very hard. So what happens when they give those drugs, it causes them to increase and not release at all. So it causes all the bleeding, internal bleeding. That's why they say if you have an erection over 4 hours, you might be in big trouble. 23 or 30, I'm dyslexic sometimes, 23 or 32% of the animals who were given Viagra, Cialis, and those other erectile drugs had complete penile deterioration. They went down and had a clitoris left. That was it. So you're taking a huge risk on doing it that way. Yeah, but usually it's not those people that want it. If you want a natural Viagra, citrulline is the substance, and it's in watermelon rind and a tiny bit in cucumber. So it's only in the rind. In the cucumber, it's not in the seed area and not in the green. It's just in that white area next to the green. If I eat, let's say, a cup of the rind only, the white with maybe a little bit of the pink, I'll have an erection probably 8 hours a night. So, it's really strong stuff. It's pretty strong stuff. So, yeah. Back there, yes.
What message was being sent to you by giving you those injections? Why wouldn't they just kill you?
Well, to debase my work, a disease would be the best thing to give me, and especially if I'm debasing swine flu, they could have given me swine flu tissue. In other words, they take swine flu, they take the swine pig tissue and put solvents in it to break it down, is what they do when they give you a vaccine of a flu. They break down the tissue of that animal. And if they inject it into me, I will have signs of it. So I've done everything I can to get rid of it. So if they try to, with the new swine flu coming out, and if they arrest me and check me, and I have it in my blood, they're going to see, he has the swine flu. And there, my whole spiel about the swine flu being a farce is chemically, laboratorially, I'm proved wrong. So there would be no point in killing me directly. They debase my work. That's how they would get ahead. Okay, I think we're going to take one more, and that's it.
I know you're not really big on salads, but I know that in other communities they're using a lot of homemade lacto-fermented sauerkraut and cultured veggies, which are helping autistic children and so on. How do you feel about those raw vegetables that are lacto-fermented?
Well, they're fine for the people eating cooked foods. You know, Sally Fallon, those people that praise them are eating cooked food. Of course you need fermentation. You need other bacterias. If you choose to do it with those kind of things, you're not going to be balanced. You're going to be like Sally Fallon, Mary Enig. They aren't very healthy looking anymore. They don't have a lot of energy. They're not vital, healthy people in their older ages now. They're, you know, Mary Enig's a little older than I am, and Sally, I think, is a little younger than I am. And neither of them are healthy. So you take a look at that. They believe cooked foods and the fermented foods to balance your cooked foods. It doesn't work that way better. Sure, it helps. It helps them digest and get rid of some of the toxins in their body, but it's not the ultimate. I'm talking about in my diet, do no harm ever and feed yourself the best. You take it with you. You eat as many cooked foods as you want and everything. And yes, those fermented foods will help break some of those toxins down out of your body. On a raw diet, on a completely raw diet like mine, it's a bad thing. Except in small amounts. And as like a medicine, a detoxifier only.
Products aren't necessarily then. That's
not vegetation. Yeah. Okay, that's it, folks. Thank you very much. How many people do we have for mini readings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or less. It could be anywhere from a half to a whole cup. Then 1.5 to 2 cups of cucumber puree. And if you're on the lighter side of those, you could use up to a cup of whey. And whey is the liquid drained off from making cheese. So it's usually yellow, translucent, or transparent yellow liquid. And I have 2 eggs in that, 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of lime juice, up to 3 tablespoons of honey. You can grate a little ginger root in it if you like. Blend that all together, and then you sip on it no more than 3 sips at a time, all day long. And that'll hydrate you and give you lots of ions to help in electrolytes to give you more energy. It's what my athletes use. I have tennis champions who only drink a quart of that, and their competitors are drinking a gallon of water at a time, and they're getting weaker. And my champions just stay clear and focused for 6 hours of tennis without ever weakening.